gonna touch the stars, find the center of the universe. New reality in front of us, escaping gravity. We'll be rising high above the rain. Sunset never gonna be the same. Thunder calling us to outer space, escaping gravity. Escaping gravity. Escaping gravity.
All right, let's go ahead and get things started and hope all of these things work the way they're supposed to, which is a really big question. Okay, that's not where it's supposed to... How can those two be active at the same time? It's not how that works. It's supposed to be on the right side. It's fine. Let's put it over here. Anyways, welcome in everybody. I hope everyone's having themselves a good day. I keep putting this one off because I just got kind of like a little annoyed with the way they were handling the keys with the dare drop. There was some confusion. But we're going to be checking this out today. You can't see all the objectives today, but this is a dare drop thing. So... Wait. You know, saying, okay, some people are really good at words on stream. It's, like, impossible. 10 letters in total, 3 hidden, 2 fake. They get a big word 1 second after letters appear on the screen. I don't know. I do not know. But, with all that said... the plan for today, well actually let's do our announcements first. Let me go ahead and put this on because it is one of the dare things. But so to start off today, that looks so much worse on the camera than it is in real life. These are just like regular like leather gardening gloves, but they look like 10 times the size on camera for reasons I don't, maybe it's because they're so bright. It's just the contrast makes them look bigger. I was just like, wait a second, my hand, it's like cartoon hands. Like in real life, they don't look this big. But, so going into like the announcements and stuff going on, the big things coming up, the biggest one is next week, we have the hot potato. I put on the Discord, I have like an event there that's got all the schedule on there. It starts on the 22nd and it runs till the 27th? I don't remember. It runs like the 27th or 29th or something like that. It runs for basically just teeny bit shy of a full week. And it's for like Thanksgiving week. That basically what'll end up happening is we'll have a Rimworld colony that one person will start. And what'll end up happening with that is that person will start the Rimworld colony, they'll play for 4 hours, and wherever they are at the 4 hours, if the whole base is on fire, nothing's happening, doesn't matter, they stop, they take that save file, and they pass it off to the next person, who then doesn't know what they're getting into. They open that colony, and they go, oh dear. Yeah, 22nd to 27th, thank you. I thought I had that right, but I wasn't confident in it. And they go, oh dear, it's all on fire. And they just have to live with that. And, you know, you keep going and going and going. And there's something like, I don't know the exact number of creators. I think we're into the 50s. It's either like upper 30s to like 50s. It's a lot of creators are involved. A lot of names that if you've been in this channel before, you'll have heard. We've got, you know, FG Squared, we've got Sui, we've got 2D Kiri, we've got Wo Jess, myself. I'm pretty sure Wo Jess is on the list. She's got to be. But the point is, there's a ridiculous number of people who share. Drongo is there. So you got a ridiculous number of people who are all amazing. Adam versus Everything is going to be there. And they're all going to be participating in this colony. And it's not only a great event in that regard, it's also for a great cause in that we're raising money for Doctors Without Borders, MSF. And it is, I think last year I thought we broke 100,000 if I remember last year. I don't remember. We raised a heck of a lot of money. Is the point. And it's been something I've been doing for a while. So I participated last year and I'm participating this year as well. I'm kind of in the middle of the pack. I'm on Thursday, towards the evening hours. I did post the event on Discord, and the thing to note is what times I put the event for my part of it are in like the normal time, so the event should show up correctly for your time. But if you look at the graphic, that is in Pacific Standard Time, PST, which is -8 GMT. So if you're trying to figure out, it's like, oh, I also want to catch Woe Jess. When is that? Just know you're gonna have to do that conversion. But that's the big thing coming up. The next one is, this is something I've been putting off, which is we're going to be doing Farming Simulator 22, and we're doing what's known as Dare Drops. So I did put the ad tag on here. I'm not being directly sponsored by them in a way, like I'm not getting a check for $100 or anything like that. The way this works is with Dare Drops, is we will be given a whole list of things to do, and for each one of those we accomplish, I get something that I can give out to the key. I don't get it right now, so just so you know, like, if we finish the tutorial, for example, I believe that gives us... I wrote it out somewhere. It gives us a pack that includes a couple tractors and everything. What'll end up happening is we will take a clip of that, I'll submit it, and then a couple days later or a week later, they'll give me a key that I could then give out. I haven't decided how I want to facilitate the giving out part of it, since obviously I cannot do it in the moment. I might do it on I'm debating doing it on Discord, and the reason I'm debating doing it on Discord as opposed to on stream is because people on Discord, whether you're morning or in the evening or whatever time of day it is you tune in, can participate with that. Versus if I do it on stream, I do it like right at the beginning of stream, then all the people who check it out later won't be there for it. You know, or the opposite, if I do it later in stream, the people who check it out early will do that. And then based on the survey answer, we actually have a pretty close split across all the different time frames. Even though we have like some people are morning only, some people are evening, some people the whole thing. We actually do have almost a perfectly even split across the entire schedule with the number of responses we have, which means no matter how I do it, I'm going to be leaving roughly the same number of people out. But I haven't decided that 100% for sure. But the one thing I like about this Dare Drop, as opposed to a lot of the others, is a lot of the other Dare Drops are like, you can have a background for your computer. Here, you can have the one of the songs from the soundtrack. Just one, though. Like they're like afraid to actually give stuff out. Not this one. Every single one of these objectives we do is a key for a DLC. And some of them are not little. There are 2 keys, or is it 2 or 3 keys? I think it might be 3 keys. Regardless, there are a couple of keys that are season passes, which is a bunch of the DLC. They're like $40-50 worth of DLC you're gonna get for free. So that's one of the reasons I was like, no, I actually want to do this, because they're actually giving out good rewards. I did try to only accept the ones that will give us keys that are good for Steam, because that was one of the things that kind of soured this. Was some were for Steam, some were for the games like eShop, which is their own private thing. I just strictly, I wanted the ones for Steam because that, and plus the ones for the eShop were actually harder. So that's the other thing. We're going to be doing another Dare Drop for, I believe, Construction Simulator. That'll be later in the month. And then at the very end of the month, there'll be another Dare Drop for, it looks like 2 season passes for 2 year 2, and 2 for 1 year. Yeah, and I don't have all of them. At least, well, actually, I don't know which ones I have. It'll just be a surprise. The point is, there's good DLC here. It's not like some little background thing or a single track from the soundtrack. It's like full-on DLC. So we're going with all that, and that's one thing. But we're going to be doing another Dare Drop for American Truck Simulator at the end of the month, because they're also dropping a thing. So since it's the game I'd like to play on the channel anyways, and it's actually one of the games that people do enjoy watching on the channel, why not be able to give stuff to the community? Now, granted, this one has really good rewards. I don't know what Construction Simulator or American Truck Simulator are going to happen until later. And the game itself, Platinum Edition. Oh, I didn't see the game itself. I'll have to check, because yeah, we got a bunch of stuff. But so I've got all the objectives over here that I've signed up for. There should be like 6 of them. I technically signed up for a 7th that I'm not gonna do because it's the eShop version and I don't want to deal with that. Which is I was supposed to have to make 10 postcards of the different locations on the map. And I was just like, that's a lot of work, but okay, if you're going to give me like this big thing, sure. And that was like the eShop version. I'm like, nah, never mind. Never mind. No thank you. All right, so that's those announcements. The next announcement is we have a survey that is going on for the channel. That basically I'm asking, like, you know, what genres do you enjoy? You know, like, oh, it is. If we feel like it, I might do that one, but I don't think we'll probably do the postcard one. Maybe when we're doing the no, we probably won't do the postcard because the postcard one's gonna take a while because the idea is I have to make a postcard. So we could do our tour, screenshot a bunch of the buildings, and then make the postcards at the end, which I could just pull up my image application and just be like, welcome to, and then paste it on there and just go through all of them. Like, I could probably knock it out in 10-15 minutes. Computer graphics background. Very stale computer graphics background. But with all that said, I have a survey going on in the channel right now. There's links in Discord, and if someone could do the ! survey in chat, and then if we can get that pinned. Basically what I'm doing is I'm asking, like, hey, what genres do you enjoy watching on this channel? What genres don't you enjoy watching on this channel? What's your favorite game to watch on the channel? What days of the week do you tune in? It's like 6 or 8 questions, I don't know the exact amount. You can get through it really fast. There are, if you want, there are a couple questions at the end. They're like, hey, what could we, like, what can Rual do to make the channel better? Hey, what's something that's currently happening on the channel that you feel hurts the channel? That kind of stuff. You know, stuff that I can actually do something about. I'm just trying to get that feedback. We've had, I think it was 27 people respond to it already, and it has been invaluable feedback. My plan is to keep, you know, basically doing that survey through the end of the month. And then when the month is done, I will, you know, pull down the survey and I'll start doing all my data crunching and all that. Because, like, one of the things I want to do is I want to compare who says what genres they like versus dislike. And I want to map that out based on time. So, like, you know, Monday, beginning of stream, what did I see? Friday, end of stream, what did I see? Because that could be something that could inform saying, oh, I have a bunch of people who tune in for simulation on Friday. Okay, maybe we do simulations on Friday. Oh, I have a lot of people who do settlement builders on Monday. I could do settlement builders on Monday. Those aren't things I've seen in the data, by the way. They're just examples. That said, I cannot see your email address. I cannot see your Google account. I cannot see any information about who submitted what. I don't have that information. I don't want that information. So for me, to me, it's like totally anonymous, unless you just like you deliberately de-anonymize. Unless you go out of your way to make it not anonymous. Like, there's 2 people I know the responses. One was because my wife filled it out, and she said the most important part of the stream was I'm her husband. So that kind of gives that one away a little bit. And then the other one just so happens to be they've plugged a game with a mod many times over the channel's history, and for their thing they plugged the game with the specific mod, and I'm like, I know who did that one. Hey, Mew, how's it going? For those who didn't catch, we rated Mew yesterday at the end of stream, was playing Coral Island. I believe you are an Australian streamer, very entertaining. So if you're looking for Coral Island, you can find it over there. If I can get a shout out for Mew02. But yeah, so we checked them out yesterday. They were fun. Glad we did that raid. Now, with all that said, all the announcements going into everything, what we're going to be doing today to start with stream, enjoying your morning coffee? Managed to... Yeah, so for those who missed yesterday, we had a crash during stream. And my understanding, looking at the event log, was OBS crashed. That something happened, it couldn't figure out what to do, and it locked the whole computer up. So the fact that it happened to happen at the same time we had a bug in Coral Island was just, as far as we could tell, a coincidence. But OBS is like, I don't know how to encode. Locked up the entire computer and I had to reboot. And when it came back up, my Stream Deck had lost its entire, like, pages worth of buttons. Luckily, I did have a backup, and it was a little behind, but it wasn't that bad behind. So it did take me a good 30 minutes to an hour to get everything back the way it should be, but nowhere near as bad as the first time I had that kind of issue happen, where the Stream Deck lost my profile and I had to build it up from scratch, because that was awful, which is why I back it up more often. But with all that said, the plan for today is I'm going to start out with Farming Simulator 22, do these dare drops, unlock some keys for us, that way we can turn around and give those out later, so everyone who does enjoy Farming Simulator and playing it, you'll be able to get all these DLCs. Well, some of you will be able to get all these DLCs for free whenever we give it out, however we figure that out. Now, the thing is, I need people to remind me when we do finish these objectives that I do have to clip it. I can technically go in after stream and clip it, but it's much easier if someone clips it when I finish it. So with that, we have the first one is dress like a farmer. Now, if you've actually seen farmers, they don't do the whole thing where they're wearing flannel and all that. I mean, some do, but usually the big things is you have work gloves, and I'm not gonna be able to do this with these gloves because they're too stiff, and this bandana is too small. But then when you start working on the tractor, you cover up your face, that way you're not breathing in all the dust and everything it's kicking up. So normally you also deal with a hat, usually like a cowboy hat or a straw garden kind of hat. I don't have those that I can wear with the headset. So if we can just do a quick clip of just, I'm dressed as a farmer. I'm not going to keep this up the whole time because one, it's probably muffling my speech. Two, it is absolutely smashing my nose. But, so dress like a farmer, obviously missing the hat, headset be like that. But we can get that going on. But otherwise, I'm going to ditch those gloves because there's no way I'm doing anything with that. Alright, but that satisfies the easiest of the dare drops. And let's get in here. Alright, so the first thing I need to do before anything else is that first objective you see up there-ish, way over there, is complete the tutorial. Obviously, we have a couple hundred hours in this game. We kind of know how to do the tutorial. But it's for keys for the community. I have to choose a new farmer, and we have to choose Elm Creek for the tutorial. I didn't mean to rush through those, but that's fine. Hopefully finish all of that soon. The tutorial should go relatively fast. It's funny because I actually consider this like one of the medium difficulty ones, because a lot of the other ones is like, well, the good news is the tutorial, they don't make you like go through and clear and do a whole bunch of stuff. It's just do this field, okay, do that field, okay, do that field. Tutorial. Let's see if I can remember the buttons. This bandana is probably going to get hot after a while. It's also already getting twisted almost sideways. I don't wear bandanas. This is my wife's bandana, which is why it is just not the appropriate size for me. Oh, right. We'll probably also play our own music for this one. Oh, they're gonna make me make a character? Quit trying to dox me, game. I don't know where it reads that from. And the reason I really don't know where it reads that from is that's not on my Steam profile or anything anywhere, so I do not know where it gets my first name. Alright. Welcome to Farming Simulator. Would you like a short guided tour? Yes, I would. Alright. To the left edge of your field is a green harvester. Head over there and touch the exclamation mark next to it. The lower left of your map, light blue diamond indicates the exclamation mark is located. Cool. So this is what the fields you own from the very start. Wheat is convenient to grow at this stage. It can be harvested. The time to enter the combine harvester to get started. Am I getting like a little frame stutter? Let's hit them graphics. It's been a little while since I played. Oh yeah. Farming Simulator puts like 90% of that. It's fine. I'm just getting like a little bit of a frame stutter that's throwing me off. Okay. That's not the right button. Okay, switch tool. Yeah, so it's telling me how to do all the buttons. Alright. And now I can harvest real fast. Let's see, you've spent weeks trying to purchase decent equipment. Then I realized I could purchase a field, harvest and sell the field. At least that's how it works into, I think. So far so good. Usually, however, you'll need to have a lot more to do. It makes sense to hire helpers. Whenever you have a job executed by a helper, it'll be indicated in the top left. You can hire the helper to do the rest of the field. The helper will now take care of this job until they are done, or the grain tank of the harvester is full, or the AI is dumb, because it does that. You can now take care of other business, exit the harvester, and walk on to the next exclamation point. Okay. So yeah, so we're just trying to go fast through the tutorial, because that's what the dare drops. What? Game? Game? Game seems sad. Let's go into our settings real fast and try and fix that. Because like I said, it was being a little. You know what we're gonna do? Hey, for all of you over on TikTok, I'm sorry today, but it looks like TikTok is a CPU monster. So if this is gonna run bad, it's gonna be one of those things. So sorry, TikTok. Yell at TikTok to fix their live studio to not be garbage. But I'll catch you later if I get on something that's not as bad computationally. Because that's the only change we've had since the last time we streamed that. Was just strictly that. Alright, so let's try this again. Oh, we can turn off the virtual camera. There we go. Yeah, it's just the unfortunate reality is... Oh, turn off these mods. That's fine. Alright. So sorry about that. I think it was just TikTok, if you've ever streamed on TikTok, like, it is an absolute behemoth of eating your processor. So I think it was just the nature of playing a game that actually uses any computation with it. Stop trying to dox me. Alright. So we're just gonna skip reading everything and just go fast. Oh, I'm sitting there like, why are my buttons not working? Alright. Nature of crypto mining. I mean, honestly, as bad as it performs on the TikTok live studio, it feels that way sometimes. Hey, look, chat, it's not stuttering anymore. Huh. Who would have thought? That is the bummer. And the worst thing is TikTok used to give out stream keys so you could use OBS, but they're pushing their own software, and so you can't now. Alright. Yes, I had the one field we had to do that with. Oh, you want me to grab the weight, don't you? I was hoping I could just push it. Because we were not reading the dialogue. Actually... What do you want over here? Fields have been harvested and now need to be cultivated before they can be sown. Oh, no. This field has been harvested and recently needs to be sown. Enter tractor attached cultivator that's behind it. I already did that part. Alright. Now lower the cultivator and drive. Yep. Cool. I remember last time I had plowed the entire field going, why am I not getting credits? Because I didn't grab the weight. Alright, where was the button to switch tools? Well done, that's enough. Hire a person to finish it. Excellent. Let's switch to our other tractors using the switching feature to cycle through. Cool. Tab. Fields have now been cultivated and are ready to be sown. This is your area for sowing the machine. Get back in the tractor and attach the sewing machine from behind it. Alright, I think this might be the last thing they make us do. The sewing machine is now attached and filled with seeds. Once they run out, you'll need to refill it. Okay. Time to sow. Since it is August, the only crop that you can sow this time of year is canola. So we need to push F to switch to canola. I'm sorry, not FK. I am confusing myself greatly. There's the seeds. Oh, I'm having a moment. Where is? All right. F on a normal keyboard is this button. F on my keyboard is that button. Why is this not the way it needs to be? All right, there we go. Okay, just confusion of controls. Cool. I need to wait, but I know balance, but never had an issue with things tipping. It's just a thing in the game they do. I actually, when I've played, almost never ever use the weights. Guided tour. Now you got the hang of it. You can continue if you want, or hire another helper for this job. As you can see, it is important. Let's see. Alright, now switch to tractor with the exclamation mark to continue. Okay. As soon as the harvester's tank is full, or even before that, you can unload its contents into a trailer. Hop into the tractor and attach the trailer. Drive next to the harvester, open and close. All right. I'm on the wrong side. I'm on the wrong side of it. All right. Great, the wheel's done to the trailer. Until this is done, drive in your tractor. I want to, but you put up the prompt as having that emptied. Oh my god, please. You're the worst. Like, I understand you're trying to do the field, but I'm obviously trying to load this up. Could you not? Could you not? Hey, but you know what, actually? No, you just need to move it a little bit over there. You're almost in position. Oh my god, you're tangling us together, you AI. Oh, AI. Never change, but also please change. Alright. Don't turn. Just stop. Just stop. Okay, you're done. Cool. Alright, so now I just need to go to the exclamation mark. He's very unhelpful. He is not what we would refer to as a team player. He is, I have my job, you have yours, and I'm going to do nothing to help you make your job any less awful. And I believe this is the last part of the tutorial. I remember the first time we did this, the tutorial took us like a solid 2 hours to get through everything. Of course, we were reading all the dialogue the first time, and then we just rushed all the dialogue because of the crash. The dialogue is really, this is the thing you need to do, press button XYZ. The thing that this tutorial actually does very poorly, though, is it doesn't really tell you how you can tell everything. It's just kind of like, oh, you need to cultivate, go do. But it doesn't tell you, how you can tell you need to cultivate, or need to harvest, or need to sow, or do those things. Obviously, if you've done, if you have any actual knowledge about farming, in real life, you would have a pretty good idea. Or if you had played and done the rotation once in-game, you'd have a good idea. But I honestly find the tutorial in this one not super useful. They do have guides that you can use that are just online videos, and those are better. Honestly, if you're trying to learn the game, this is unfortunately one of those games that the best way to learn is to watch someone else play it, whether that's on YouTube or on Twitch or wherever, or to just, straight up find a guide on YouTube that's here's how you play the game. It's one of the things that, with this particular game, I find curious, that the way they approach a lot of stuff is just kind of weird for the industry. Not, in some ways a bad way, but some ways not. I do feel they really need to, inside the game, I get they walk you through a couple of tools and all that, but I almost feel like the tutorial, they should have a properly shaped tutorial that does literally have you, no, they don't tell you about the different types of tire. I do feel they should have a tutorial that literally walks you through, not just like this, but a field from start to finish. We have this field. Let's, cultivate it and clear the field. Okay, you've cleared the field. Okay, now you've cleared the field, go and put the seeds down the field. Okay, you've done the seeds. Now roll or take the stones out of the field or whatever. Okay, well, it's cultivate stones, but you can, basically walk you through every step on one field and just, kind of hand wink, the plant growing part, and just be okay, you've put down the seeds. Okay, you did the roller. Now 3 months later. Okay, now let's harvest. That kind of thing. Alright, this is the unloading station. So we go up here. And unload. Yeah, your friend started this game thinking it's some sort of Sims. And then they realized that 4 chickens won't pay their $500,000 credit. Yeah. Guide tour. Nicely done. Selling crops will earn you minus fire. Let's drive to the shop where the final exclamation mark is located. Flashing diamond indicates on the map once again. Cool. And I think it tells you how to buy a field, I think is the last thing. Goodbye. That's actually not in the way as much as I had hoped. Oops, I left my trailer in the way. Oh, darn. I didn't connect it properly. That's not actually a thing you could realistically do, because you'd have, the pins, depending on the setup, you'd have the pins on it, or it's a lift over, where it locks in, and they put the pin through the side to keep it from coming out. There's usually wires being hooked up from the front to the back and everything to, make sure the lights and all that work on it. Where we're going, we don't need roads. Actually, there's a river there. We do need roads. I've learned that lesson before. I was gonna say we don't need roads and just cut across the map, Then I realized there's a river here. I don't know if it's a deep one or not. It doesn't look like it's going to be deep. Okay. Sorry about that. That is the one thing, and I get why... that's not my turn. It's fine. Now I can cut across there. But, that is the one thing, and I don't know a better way Daredrop could do it. That they have you have to put all these clips up to then have them verify you did the things you said you did. And I get the verification. I'm not complaining about that. But for me as the creator, then I have a bunch of these clips that don't... I mean, they're part of the channel and all that. But they don't really accurately represent, like, the stuff that you hope people would see on the channel. It's like, haha, we planted a field. And that's the clip. And you kind of scratch your head and go, okay. Yeah, you can delete it afterwards once they give you the keys. You just gotta remember to do it. I've been pretty good so far, but it's like, man, I don't want to do more clip maintenance. It's hard enough to do clip maintenance by like checking each day, seeing what new clips show up and go, yes, yes, no, no, no. Because we do get a lot of clips where someone hits the clip button on accident, and Twitch just means if you do that and make no changes, it makes a clip. That's just what it does. So you end up with a bunch of clips that are of like, you'll just have like a pause in conversation and like half of a starting sentence and nothing happening in game, and you'll kind of scratch your head and go, what was this? That's one reason it's really, really helpful for me as a creator if you title your clips, because if you've titled it, then I know you at least intended to take the clip. And maybe if you're like, the title, it's like, how to deal with short plays in Project Zomboid, or like whatever. It's like, oh, okay. So what seems like perfectly benign conversation that I don't get why you clipped it, for you, that was valuable information. Now, that said, I'm still probably going to delete it because that clip will be brought up when I raid other people's channels and that. And people scratch their head and be like it's not a... It's unfortunately, clips are as much a marketing tool. But that's also why the shenanigans clips are good. Alright. This is where you can sell your vehicles, tools, and buy new equipment. You can either visit the shop in person or by activating the shop symbol on the front of the trigger, in front or trigger it, anywhere by pressing on the button below. Guided tour, and that's the end of the guided tour. Visit the help menu for more in-depth information. Good luck and have fun in the world of farming. So if we clip that, that should be the tutorial done. Like, sometimes you click on the clip button because I wasn't listening, the technology. And the technology rewind isn't there yet. Yeah, no, I get it. Like, I'm not upset when people do that. It's just one of those things I have to, like, clean up after stream. Like, it's not a big deal. The only time it's been a big deal is... Oh, what was it? It became a joke that everyone was doing it. They're like, hey, I'm going to cause you more work. And then it's kind of like, alright. You know, I saw down the bottom corner during that stream that I had like 12 or 13 clips. I'm like, all right, I need you to stop because that's actually going to be a problem, that many. Like, when you enter the stream, there's like 2 or 3, it's like, okay, whatever. It's, you know, it cost me like 2 minutes of my life or whatever. Versus when someone's like knocking out like 20, 30 fake clips, you're like, come on, man, stop it. That's actually, like, there isn't a fast way to go through that doesn't involve actually deleting stuff. All right, so we got that one clipped. So with that, at least I assume we got that one clipped. Bandana, yep. Yeah, we started the stream where I was dressed as a farmer. Twitch should really make a delete unlabeled clips button, especially since they already filter them out of the recommended list. Yeah. Yeah, there's, I mean, it should be one thing that if a person just hits clip and does nothing else, it shouldn't make a clip. Like, if they hit clip and, like, literally that's it, it shouldn't produce a clip. Like, they should have to at least either put in a title or whatever. Or, like, hit the confirmation button or something like that. I would actually, and I would be totally fine if it was on me as the creator that I chose, because I would absolutely turn on the thing that says you have to name the clip. I know that would potentially stop some people from clipping. Alright. So, let's go out here. Because we are done with this part. So I want to quit here. I do not care about this farm. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly go over here to my objectives list. Because complete tutorial is done. And I'm going to go ahead and mark off cosplay as farmer just to make the text easier to read. That's done. You like naming clips anyways. I like people naming the clips anyways. Delete, that's the right one. Yep, delete Elm Creek. That's just for the tutorial. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and choose for this one the farmer manager. And we want to do the new map. That one. I believe is it Sri Lanka? Yeah. Sri Lanka is the one I need to do stuff in. Okay. We're not gonna have our mods loaded. I mean, that one we will, where it gives both Celsius and Fahrenheit. Okay. And I know there's music overlapping a lot. Sometimes you hit clip, it won't complete the clip. So annoying. Yeah, you hit clip, it won't complete the clip, and then it will still save the clip, but you won't know it saves the clip. And it's this whole thing. You're just like, ah. What it technically says, Ionek, is it says, start on Elm Street with, it's like start on Elm Street with new farmer setting and harvest wheat and that and that and that. Like, it writes out what the tutorial is, but it's that one. But it's the one that mentions Elm Street. If you want to just F3 search it, you'll find it real fast. Stop trying to dox me, game. Yep, no problem. Okay, so the things we have to do here is when we do our farm stuff, we have to theme the farm, we have to plant parsnips, we need to find a stork nest, and we need to tour the town. So I figure, do we start with anything? I assume no. Oh yeah, it's not M. Okay, so we don't start with any equipment. That's fine. So somewhere here is going to be a stork nest. I'm going to assume it's going to be along the waterlands. Like along the water somewhere. But we need to plant parsnips. I really hope parsnips are actually in season. Well, actually, technically I could do red beet, parsnips, or carrots. Any of these three are acceptable. I just put parsnips with stutters. Is it stuttering? Doesn't... Seems to be fine. Oh, no, there's a couple stutters there. Oh, let's see. There's gotta be... Where are your graphics settings? Because I'm not... Oh, right. This one has, like, there's that, and then there's, like, a display area. It is a separate section. Let's before we get into this, let's go back out to the options. We actually stop the music this time, so we're not listening to music or top music. And let's see if we can't lower the graphics of it. Yeah, no, it's definitely stuttering on my end. Okay, options. That's what it was. We're gonna go with medium. Where was... Oh, there we go, advanced graphic. Medium. Draw object distance, that's probably when it's a pain. I'm gonna lower the quality of the terrain, because that could be big. We'll try that. We definitely don't want it stuttering. And the reason, normally I actually like playing it on the harder difficulty. The reason I'm doing this one is there's going to be specific things I need to do. And I have no idea what those things are going to cost in-game money-wise. And so I don't want to sit here for the dare drop and have to like farm up the money to be able to do the dare. Like, let's get to the dare. Oh, and before I forget, we have a shout out for Iggy Made. Iggy Made's VTuber on the platform. Absolutely fantastic content. Definitely worth checking out. So it's probably Greb playing the last couple days. Because I know Greb plays on the weekends. What today date? Yeah, so it's Monday, so it'd probably be Iggy the next stream. But definitely we're checking out. Plays variety of games. Good times over there. All right. I need to figure out where it's grabbing that, because that's not what I have my name in on Steam. It's not what I have it in on my computer. It's not what I have it in on anywhere. Gotcha. Final Fantasy 14. Okay. Why are you stuttering so bad? Like, this was not stuttering at all for me before. This is terrible. Let's just go to the graphics. And I hate that I have to, like, exit out to do this. And this isn't the only game that does this. Today was an off day due to hospital, but nice, sister. Serious, don't worry. Well, I'm glad it's nothing serious. We're just gonna go ahead and say boom, low, and call it a day. It's not that demanding of the game. I do find it interesting is that time I had to fully close the game. Game's coming back. There it goes. I was like, game's coming back, right? Is it recording? No, it's the game itself is stuttering. The thing that's weird is I didn't have that stuttering before. And it's definitely not that this computer is underpowered in any way. Like, my stance is usually if my computer cannot run a game right now, that's a problem. It must be in our process. I don't think so. It's worth checking. I'm going to check while that loads real fast. I'm going to hit Task Manager and see what is eating my CPU and GPU. CPU is barely being tapped, so that's fine. GPU, on the other hand, is also not being hit that hard. So neither of them are actually getting hit particularly hard. Right, and that's the thing. I was checking to see if it was another process running it. That was the issue. I don't get this. Like, I might just put up with this. It's not as bad as it was in the last settings. It might also be like the map still loading in off the hard drive or that kind of thing. Like view distance kind of thing when you're traveling a bunch. So let's just deal with that. So the first thing I want to check is what can I grow right now? We are in August, so I can grow... Oh, good. I can grow any of them, so we can go ahead and plant the parsnip. Alright, so first of all, I don't own any fields, so we're gonna have to fix that. Which field do we want? Actually, how much money do I have? I have 1.5 million. I can lease stuff, so that's not that big a deal. So let's get ourselves a decent field. Maybe 48 up here? Guess it wasn't 48, it was 45. Or sorry, 35. Wait, does this just not match up? Hang on. So 48 here. And I go to farmland, that's 35. Okay. Sure. Alright, so 35, that's mine. Alright, now we need to go to wherever the shop we get our tools are. Did the game, sorry. Did the game or your GPU update recently? Could be shader stutter, yeah, no, the game did have an update recently. Alright, so that's the gas station, that's there. I don't think that's the place we buy farm equipment, is it? Is it? It is. Okay. So, the things we're going to need is I'm going to need... Let's see if we can just buy a box, because sometimes you just get a thing that says, like, I want to do that. So, parsnip. Select. Okay. So, if I just buy the parsnip thing, it'll buy me seeds, the, thing that's cultivator, a weight, a tractor. That looks like it might be the seeder. A second tractor. That might be the harvester? I don't understand why it's buying me 2 tractors. I really don't understand why it's buying 2 tractors. Okay, I'm gonna approach this differently because that's weird to me. Alright. So, we can go down here. So the things I'm going to need is, first of all, tractor. I'm not gonna get like the really little tiny one. Let's get one that's a decent tractor. Actually, here's what we can approach it. Let's go to the trailers. We can go to the harvester. Will probably be the big one that hurts us. Where are you? Harvester. What's this game called? This game is Farming Simulator 22. There's sugar beet technology, potato technology. This is gonna be like parsnip technology. All right, where are you? We got the planter. That's sugarcane. If I choose that, does it say more than just beets? No, it's strictly beets. All dem beets. Fine, I'll buy the package. Oh, here, parsnip. Yeah, we could just get the package. If I don't like the equipment in here, we can... Oh, it doesn't come as one big box? I thought... I haven't done this in forever when it comes to buying the equipment. So what is your thing? So you're a tractor, and you're a tractor as well. You're a low horsepower, you're a decent horsepower. So let's not worry about buying the tractors yet. Where are you located? This is a special planter for special plants. Where are you located in like the category? What category are you under? That's one of the downsides, like figuring out where stuff is located when you have played in a while. Because that's so you have the planters. So we're looking for ones that have parsnip down there, have the parsnip icon, which good luck me remembering which one's the parsnip icon. You're under the Strider category. So it's not under the planters. Because it'll tell me what DLC it came from. Fine, I'm just buying the stuff out of the box. I'm gonna be here ever trying to figure out where the heck all stuff is. So, boom. Details. Buy. Yes. Okay. Back. We will get the higher horsepower tractor. Customize. We get the bigger engine. We get the weighted wide wheels. Front loader attacher. Sure. We'll buy that. Okay, so there's our tractor. I probably won't need the weight because I already got a weight. This is gonna be the thing to plant it, I assume? I don't know what you are. I think this is the thing that plants it. And it probably won't get to the point of harvesting, but just for principle, here's the harvester. This equipment seems way cheaper than our most other one. This is the thing for loading what we harvest. Those are the seeds. Rual, I changed your phone's volume mixer settings, so I don't know how much it changed. That's a narrow one. Oh, I didn't look at what the size was. Oh, 3 meters. My goodness. That is, in fact, a very narrow one. We'll buy you. Can't I choose to have more than one? Alright. Now, there's things it's not listing here we'll need. I will need... Where are you at? That's not the right place. I'll need the thing to pick up stones. Where are you? Well, I need rollers as well. We're only at 140 or so horsepower, so we gotta get the little roller. Subsoilers? Oh, I already have one of those. I have that one. What I need, though, is the stone picker. There's a thing that rolls over and pulls up stones. There it is, stone picker. Alright, so I think we got what we need to get this all started. Okay. So they've casually spent about $400,000. No big deal. Alright, I've got this. Alright. Where's the stork? Yeah, we'll need to figure that out as well. I also need to figure out where my field is. Straight north, I believe 48 is mine. Okay, so don't mind me, just going to go to my field real fast. Alright. Definitely not gonna get any, like, complaints from my neighbors or anything. This me? I think this is me. What is... I didn't check. Are you ready to harvest or something? What's your status, field? Growing? Well, it's not growing what I need, so we are just going to take where someone put a lot of work into planting this, and we're just going to tear it up because it's not parsnip. And that's just what we do here. Alright. So we've got the AI taking over driving real fast. We'll see how it does in a field that they've made, because the farm we had, the AI worked terribly. And the reason the AI worked terribly is I was plowing all my own fields, so all these irregular shapes and all that. So are we in Iowa? It was Zernaski or something like that as we went? I don't remember the name of it, or Zeronki or something like that. But, I don't recall what the name of it was. Oh, we also need to get the thing to put down lime. Yeah, because we'll need to go in here, we'll need to pick up the stones, we'll need to pick up the lime. We'll need, or sorry, not pick up the lime, we'll need to put down the lime. Yes, your old man is watching Reba, I know, because he has a full blast. I have no door because the contractor broke the thing before she left. That's no fun. When she broke the door, did she, like... Is just, like, the door itself broken, or is there, like, the hinges broken? Or the door frame, I guess. Because if it's the door itself, hanging a new door isn't... Like, the doors are expensive, if it's an exterior door. If it's an interior door, they're not too bad. The door itself... Okay, that's not the worst. Obviously, the hinges would be the cheapest. But, replacing a door isn't too terrible. Interior doors are typically hollow, so they're fairly... Relatively, I should say, inexpensive. And if the hinges are still good, all you do is you take the door, you unscrew the screws from it, and it usually is a two-person job, which is always a catch, just because trying to juggle the door with the hinges. But if you can start like 2 screws in the top, 2 on the bottom, it should hold up enough that you could then put in all the other screws. If you want to do it without having to fight all that, what you can do is hold the door up and then just use a pencil to like mark where the screws go in, and then take a flathead screwdriver to where the hinge is and there's the pin in it. You put the screwdriver under that, you tap it out so that the pins come out, you remove the 3 pins, you take the door, you can lay it down someplace. And when you lay it down, then you can just like screw stuff in if you're comfortable doing that kind of work. I'm basically saying it is something that if and you can pull up like YouTube videos and that'll show you. So far as like home projects, swapping out an interior door isn't the worst thing in the world. It's not like dealing with like Havoc or Tile or something awful like that. Anything you're gonna recommend for anyone else? Yeah, no, if she broke something and then just pieced out, yeah, no, that's no good. Like, it's one thing if she says, like, you know, like, it's one thing if, like, they go, hey, you know, like, I had this happen with the AC, that they went to do some work, and then something got broken, they just didn't have what they needed to fix it, and they're like, okay, look, like, we can't fix what we need to fix right now, but, like, we will be back to fix it, you know, it's just gonna take a couple of days to get in the parts we need. Like, that's fine and understandable. But if I have someone who shows up and they just break something and they take off, then that's a big problem. Like I had my lawn service one time, took out one of the faucets that exits out the side of the house, and that became a whole mess. Which they still took care of it, but it was one of those things that like we had to cut off the water for the whole house, and like they had like one of their people like scramble over to like the local Home Depot to get the parts and do the work, and you could tell they weren't happy about the situation because, you know, that's all, you know, that's just needless expense and they're losing a bunch of time and they're probably not getting other people's work done. She broke the door and left. That's good demo work. Yep, math adds up. And I also don't blame them because that faucet they took care of. I had another faucet that got broken by a contractor. At least I assume it got broken by him. I just came home and the faucet was just dumping water out in my yard, and I was pretty pissed off about it. But then, you know, when I actually looked at, because like they had broken just the front part off, it's like, okay, well, I have to replace the faucet. So, you know, I went to take the faucet out and I looked inside, and where the pipe went into the wall, it was like all cracked. It was just covered in duct tape and all that. That it wasn't like they tried to fix it and then they tried to hide it or something like that. It was very clearly like the tape was like cemented in the wall, that the people who, you know, redid the wall at some point in the house's history, like replastered that part of the wall. They didn't fix the pipe, they just taped the living crap out of it and then covered it in plaster and called it a day. So I'm like, oh man, like it's lucky that thing didn't just leak inside my wall and, you know, become this big fiasco of like compromising the whole wall or something. She basically got 2/3 agreed amount payment before she's getting a quarter done. Okay. I mean, there's definitely something to say about certain jobs paying a little bit in advance, and then other jobs, doing that. So, this is going smoothly. I wanted to babysit a little bit, just to make sure. So let's run down here, go back, get a second tractor, grab the thing to pick up stone, and start doing that. You're blocked by an object. Oh, I was the object. I was like, it gave me the problem, blocked by an object. I'm like, what? Like, I would totally believe it was a field I cleared because it would have left bits of log everywhere. But what's the object? But yeah, no, I've definitely had, I mean, I've had contractors that they required full upfront payment. But, you know, there was legal contracts and all that. I've had contractors that I don't owe anything until it's done. I've had contractors who split the difference. And fortunately, I've not had any that's gone bad, which does happen. Yeah, no, I don't like uppay for, like, the only time I do upfront payment is when it's someone who's like a long history, reputation, and I really do have a level of confidence in them. Like, you know, it's someone either I've known or I've worked with before, something like that. I'm a little bit more willing. Just buy the most ridiculous one. So 500. I'm in the camp of just like getting the really, really nice ones that are super high horsepower and all that, so that, and like, because then I don't have to think about, can this work with whatever tool I need? It's just like, okay, it's like 692 horsepower. It's gonna work. Alright, those are interesting. That is a really weird tractor. Where it's got like the double wheels on both sides. And then we've got tread wheels and all that. Oh, and those go 24 miles an hour? Hey, why not? Like, this one says it's 4-wheel drive, but it's like, okay, but this one's just more horsepower. Alright, so we do have the tool hookup in the back. I can't tell if it has a tool yeah, I think that's a tool hookup in the front. Yeah, that's a tool hookup in the front. Okay. I was just making sure. Twin wheels with weights. Cool. Yep. Why think about our actions when we could just get the biggest, most ridiculous tractor and then haul not so big things behind it? Alright. This is the tractor we will refer to as the overcompensator. This is the person who is like, what do you need? And they got all these like kind of tiny little tools to work with. And then they're just like, let's put something with 700 horsepower on it. Yeah, no, I know, Strider. I mean, I can also empathize a little bit with contractors in that case, because I've contracted in the past plenty. Not that kind of stuff, more IT side. And when you get stiffed by someone, like you very quickly, you know, like not that you stiffed them kind of thing, but like when they've been stiffed by someone recently, oh my god, please. Because it pivots in the middle, I'm having problems like getting it started lined up. Ah, and the AI can take over this one. But yeah, no, I've definitely been in that boat. My favorite is when you have a situation like that where, you know, you get stiffed by someone that you like, you know, they hire you to come in to fix some equipment for them, and then they're just unwilling to pay. I love how you watch the AI actually bother to disengage, lift the tool, reposition, lower the tool, re-engage. Like, nah, man, just keep going. No one's got time to do that. Just keep going. But we can have that happen. So the question is, you know what I think we do? The AI's got that. AI also ruins the crops. AI, like, for something like this is fine, where you have a very distinct rectangular field and you're just dumping stuff down. That the AI can handle pretty fine. When you have anything that's like a really irregular shaped field, the AI seems to just not know what to do with it. I don't think I would trust the AI with my full-grown crops. I would distinctly expect the AI to just trash stuff. So what I'm thinking we do is while the AI is over there taking care of our field, that they're you know, cultivating it, they're putting down the stones. I don't like articulated tractors because the AI often gets stuck using it. That's the first time I didn't realize it's articulated. It's like, alright, let's just do that. So I think I'm gonna do is we're gonna keep burning our money because, I mean, why be responsible when we could just go? So I want just a regular vehicle we could zip around with. John Deere four-wheeler. I like that it could actually carry stuff. Yeah, so we're just getting four-wheeler. We're not doing anything special with the four-wheeler. And the reason I'm getting the four-wheeler is we have other objectives to do for the dare drop. And while they're clearing the field, I can just hop in the truck. So what we are looking for is we are looking for a stork's nest. Now, I believe storks nest near water. So let's go see if we can't find... Hey, it's big red and bends in the middle. So let's see if we can't find a stork's nest. I did notice there's a lot of water to this direction. But I also don't know... I actually don't know if storks nest in the ground or in trees. I would guess on the ground. But more than likely we'll find the stork nest in an area you can't interact with. Alright, thank you for lurking, Spencer. We'll probably find the stork nest someplace you can't interact with, so like edges of water, the business locations, stuff like that. Let's see what else we have. What else? Oh, I can't see OBS. Give me... Try up high. Are storks tree nesters or ground nesters? Do we know that? Does someone actually know storks? 1 second. I gotta move one of my windows here. There we go. We haven't themed our park in any or farm in any way. That's a Google. Okay, so Google says look into trees. I want to drive around where the water is, and we're going to look up into trees for a nest. Like I said, I suspect it'll be a tree that we can't cut down normally. Hey, She-Wolf, everything's going pretty good. Just looking for a stork nest real fast. So we'll be driving a bit faster than we normally would. In my country, they usually nest on power lines. If they do on a roof of your house, you're considered lucky. Storks nest on top of power poles, unused chimneys, and buildings. Gotcha. So probably check the power lines, since that seems to be a theme. So I've got some power lines that seem to run through the middle of this property over here. I imagine there's probably more than one. Is that one right there? There we go. So there's our stork nest. So if I can get a clip, we have discovered the stork nest. I did see a stork from a distance. I don't know if we'll be able to get an angle we can see it. Get out of here. Yeah, so you can see there's a stork up there. So we got the clip for that. We have found the stork nest. So let me go ahead and quickly pop in and take that off our objective list. And for the record, as a reminder, every one of these we're getting keys that we won't get them right now. We'll get them for another day. But we are getting keys that I'll be able to give out for the DLC for this game. And some of those DLC are full-on season passes. So, like $40. So, you know, those are pretty good rewards or dare drops. So, all right. So we have the parsnip stuff going on. We haven't themed our farm yet because we've got one field going on. So I need to give a tour of town. I suddenly wish I had a voice modifier set up so I could like mimic the what's it called? Like the PA system on like, you know, the little carts. And I also wish we had a tour bus as an option for a vehicle. Alright. What's the name of this town before I start giving it the wrong name? What's your name? Do you not say anywhere what your name is? Oh yeah, we actually had the graphics turned way down because they're having problems. Which I think it was just... People suggested maybe it was just shaders being updated and all that, which is probably true. Those are contracts. I want the name. Yeah. But that was kind of the point, is like, oh, actually it's, you know. Oh, I bet you if we go to the prices. Sri Lanka. As Housedork says, winter is coming. Alright. So. Where's like, let's actually get to like downtown or something. They haven't, I'm not gonna lie, I actually really appreciate this. So if you didn't catch, that's a billboard for Farming Simulator 22 Season Pass 2, and that it's 30% off, which is a temporary sale going on, that they have put on the map. I wonder if that changes when it's not on sale. I think that's actually really clever, because, and I mean, I think that's probably, is that another DLC? Yep, you know what? I could get behind that advertising. That's actually really clever, because I was starting to just drive by it and just being like, it's a billboard. It's like, wait, that's Farming Simulator. Hang on a second. I think it'd be amazing if it actually updates that image when it goes on and off sale, or like whatever's they've got going on there. I can't read that. Let's get to downtown. We'll start driving there. See something absurd? Clip it. Clipping good content helps it tremendously here. YouTube. That's my own bot answering. The bot got disconnected the other day. I need to fix it. Yep, that's another one of the DLC. Could you imagine they opened up some billboard space to other game producers in terms of price? I would. That would be amazing. You just drive by and there's just a billboard talking about like the brand new release of Coral Island. Alright. I don't know how they're gonna clip this or whatever, but we are in, I'm gonna have to look up that name again. The name of the town, it was right here. Sri Lanka. So we are in Sri Lanka. So welcome everybody to Sri Lanka. On your left, we have our wonderful Masni Rolinsi Barlix Supply Zoo, where we buy all your tractor equipment. I am sorry, I am ruining the names. This is the first day on the job. They were supposed to give me training. The training was they gave me the keys to the vehicle and then said get to work. So we're just making this work, and we are entering the neighborhood area of Sri Lanka. Nice little area, very cozy, very rustic. It is actually against HOA for people to be hanging clothes, but, you know, if you don't get caught, no one has to know. And then, I don't know what's next, so I have to pull up the map because I don't know this map very well. So, we got businesses over here on our right. That's right, don't mind everyone. Everyone knows it's a professional tour when your tour guide pulls out the map in the middle and goes, where am I? Where are we going? What's happening? But, coming up over here on our right, we have a business. And this business is... This business is the Nowak Fabrica Forte Piano SP Zoo. You sell stuff here. That's what you do. You sell stuff here. And over here on the left, we have this wonderful billboard called The Joy of Bailing for all your bailing needs. I'm really starting to wish these names were in English because these are all a challenge to pronounce. But over here we have the Kaguik Supermarket. So if you need to go and get yourself some nice veggies, some nice chicken, or whatever kind of food you want, that's where that happens. And we'll just cut across this yard here. Don't worry about it. I'm probably being fired, so it doesn't really matter. And over here, we have the Ikarnia Słodziska. Ooh, I do not know how you pronounce DQ. Dubrowski. I think that's bread? Maybe? I'm gonna go with they make bread. I'm gonna pretend that's bread. And if it's not bread, you know, you can just fire me. And cruising right along, we got our coffee shop over there on the left. You can't actually buy products, but, you know, we'll go ahead and over here. And we had our fantastic yield sign back there. And again, we have more rustic residential. We're going to go up here, and we're going to check out this business over here on the left. Take a good look at what they've got, and then we'll turn it right around and check out the business over on their other side. And on our next stop of the tour, behind these wonderful wrought iron gates, we have this nice rustic stone building. Ooh, Stollers too, with Jarek and Augustine. I'm gonna go with their manufacturing. I don't actually know what they do there. Yeah, I think I just have to grab it from the VOD at the end. If you clip like part of it, that'll probably be okay. Carpentry. Gotcha. If you just like clip like part of it, that'll be good enough, and now you can just take the recording later. I don't think it's like a big deal that the entire recording is on point. If so, then that's them, brum. And over here we have Zakade Prodosti. That last word. That is a lot of letters. I also don't know what the Z with the dot over is pronounced as. I mentioned to Tomb the other day that I handle a lot of different languages well, but the one that gets me, like the ones that get me the most is actually like Swedish, Norwegian, and those kind of languages. I struggle pretty hard with a lot of their names. Icelandic is pretty tough too. I'm gonna go as Spa. I don't even know what to do with ZYWCZ. You're saying it's Spojeveci? I'm sure I'm ruining that. I'm so sorry. I'm trying. I need to like get Duolingo and just pull up someone's language. So grocery something. Maybe some type of food processing place. We'll just go with food processing place. So if you ever have food that you need processed, that's where you can make it happen. On the left, we have farmland. It's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. Some of the techniques will change, but, you know, farmland kind of looks like farmland. What they grow and all that varies wildly, but it's all kind of farmland. That is a minivan. Don't worry about it. We will not be leaving our card. There is a picture of an animal icon. I don't know what really that's about. This is a building with no signage that does things. Moving all right along. Next up we'll be going, again, we have what looks like corn on my right, and that is my field that I'm only part-timing on the tour guide because those tractors are hecking expensive. And I have employees working them, and I have to pay them. So, you know, sometimes you just gotta do stuff. We'll be going down here. Where's the next places we haven't seen? We got a couple businesses out here on the remote, so what we're gonna go do is we're gonna run down this road, pop up over here, take the main high over, up, and then that should be our tour. I've already forgotten the direction we're going, so I'm just gonna go with we're going down, and hoping that the zoom out makes it work. Anyone need water back there? Water? We have, you know, goldfish crackers. Goldfish crackers. They did take the mixed nuts from us. Something about allergies. It's okay though. But we got water and goldfish crackers. Oh, I think I think I might also have like one of those yogurt squeezy things. So, you know, we can make that happen for you. While we're on our way down over here. Alright, I think we want to turn over here, and then we had these 3 businesses down here. Arched water. Okay, passing the water back. All I ask is that you put the tops back on when you're not drinking. Don't want to have to go back there with a mop. Okay, and here's the gas station. You'll never guess what they do here. Oh, and that's the trailer for Charles. We don't talk about Charles. Don't worry about him. If you ever need things, maybe talk to Charles. And over here on the right, we have our wonderful town billboard. Good old Sri Lanka. And we have the Zup Zup Cup. The Tradisign Zuppy. I'm going to go with it some kind of manufacturing because they have smoke coming off the top of their building, but I'm going to be real. I have... Oh, soup? Oh, so it's like a soup manufacturer. Okay. So it's basically Sri Lanka's Campbell's. I'm sure someone there's like, no, it's like gourmet soup. It's really nice. You take that back. That makes me think medicine, just from the symbolism, or milk, either or. But this is Zachled Mlazarski. And I'm assuming the dub Sri Lanka is like in Sri Lanka or with Sri Lanka. And there's a billboard for all your sheep hills. Yeah, this feels... No, I don't know. I think this is like... Is it Sri Lanka? No, this isn't Sri Lanka, right? I'm not mispronouncing that? Like that's because I know Sri Lanka is a place. That's not how it's actually spelled, right? You're just... Is this place making like some type of beverage, like milk or something like that? Because like the blue, white, and symbol there makes me think medical, but those are definitely vats. 100% milk. Okay. Hey, Billy Kirby, thank you so much for the raid. You're just in time to jump on our wonderful tour we're giving of this town that I don't know, that has names that are fairly impronounceable for me. It's great. But we're doing some dare drops in Farming Sim 22, and it's going great. For those who don't know, Billy Kirby, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. What were we playing today? And, you know, for those who popped in from that raid, what would you say was the best part of today's stream over there? But at the moment, we are doing dare drops for Farming Sim 22, so they're asking us to do all sorts of ridiculous things. Do you get to mow their grass? Billy is all about mowing grass. I have done mowing grass. You did Cobalt Core, Backpack Hero was on the menu today. I have not checked out Cobalt Core. I have checked out Backpack Hero. They all are fantastic. The time Billy blamed chat for not letting him play games. Billy loves Lawn Mowing Simulator. All right, but yeah, so the next stop on our tour of good old Sri Lanka is the biogas place. You can probably guess what they do. They make biogas. So if you ever want to sell stuff for biogas, I don't know what that is in Farm Simulator, but that's what we will be selling there. But who wants to know if this janky simulator or is pretty solid? It's pretty solid. The only thing janky is when you are dealing with physics around trees. Physics around trees gets magical. I will say there are many clips on this channel that involve trees, and some of them are trees defying the rules. And the next stop on our tour is the Kowalski SPZOO. Hang on, I need to get out of here. I'll be right back. It's not... Reading up close is not really helping. I don't even know where to start with this. Pradasi Bios 2 Resorbu Zimanako. I'm sure I really destroyed that. I'm guessing they deal with meats? I mean, that makes me think of pancake. That looks like a potato. That looks like sort of a steak-looking thing. Maybe potato chips? I don't know. But yeah, so if you're in business for whatever they do, they can help you right out. But yeah, so we're doing dare drops. For those who are unfamiliar with dare drops, oh, I should have said, definitely, if any of those games sound good over there, you should definitely be checking them out and all that. Billy Kirby's absolutely fantastic. You should absolutely drop a follow over there. I'm just like braining in 3 different ways. Where's the next business we need to do on our tour? So I am here, and we need to do there, and then that'll be our tour. All right, but yeah, so words are hard, gonna lurk. They're refurbishing something for sure. Maybe. But, so yeah, so we're doing dare drops. For those not familiar with dare drops, you get asked to do ridiculous stuff, and then you can earn stuff for your community. And a lot of dare drops are kind of not super exciting what they give you. They'll be like, here's a background for your computer. Here's one track from the soundtrack. This dare drop, every single one of them is a DLC key. And some of them are like full-on season passes. So I am trying to get a whole bunch of keys for my community. We don't get the keys today, but we get them soon. And over here, we have the bridges. Everyone needs to climb out. Don't worry about the long grass. Do watch when we get back in. The seeds like to stick to your socks. So avoid walking in the tall grass if you can. But we've got our nice, thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. So we've got our nice 2 bridges here, both steel construction, very rustic and rust, but they're fantastic. We got a good old passenger bridge that's oddly blocked off ever since they closed off the border. And then we've got our nice railway bridge that we ship in, I don't know. I have no idea what the local commerce is, other than we apparently ship out farming stuff, because we farm. That's what we do here. Now, back in our John Deere, I do know there's no seatbelts back there. Just hope we don't hit any butts. Can you go across the bridge? You know what? That is an excellent question. There's definitely not going to be a train coming this way, and it's definitely not going to result in me having the vehicle get flipped all over the place, and probably a meme clip that people really enjoy. But, we'll see. But we are proceeding to check out to see if you can, in fact, cross the bridge. No. The answer is no. The closing of the border is fairly extreme. They brought in the wizards. So, you know, we just don't question the wizards. Look, man, the wizards know what's going on. They're dangerous. Tall grass, quick mow it. Yeah, so we're actually, one of the things we need to do is plant parsnip. So we've got our field actually being cleared by our employees, and since doing the tour is one of the dare drops, we're just doing this while the employees do the hard work. Alright, and now we have our last couple of businesses just up here to the north. I know my cardinal directions, as long as the map is in fact facing the correct orientation, which if it's not, I'm going to pretend it's correct. But we also have these lovely billboards. They advertise this game called Farming Simulator 22 constantly. It's actually pretty cool. It's a really clever thing, but they'll advertise that their new DLC is like 30% off. For the record, not being paid to tell you that. Or being paid directly at all. It's just dare drop stuff. Which, for the record, dare drops, they do give points that you can get paid out for. And over here on our right, we have the... Oh, there is a train, in case anyone was wondering. The Dobry... I'm sorry. Like Icelandic, Norwegian, Swedish, and like Polish languages, all of them I struggle hard with. Did you know 9 out of 10 kings stop paying their court wizard immediately before they create immortality elixir they were working on? Real story. Yep. So we have Dobry Zabri, S-P-Z-O-O. I'm assuming the S-P-Z-O-O is like section, the Z is for like the name of the town, and the O-O means something. Because I've noticed that repeating, and I'm assuming that's something to like correspond like this county or whatever, or city or whatever. Silos... whatever. Apparently they grain. They grain is what they do. They grain. So they can fulfill all your grain needs. And move right along. We have a nice, wonderful sign here for the horse aggravation pack. Get your horse vehicles. That way you can farm with your nice horse brand vehicles. I have no idea if horse is a good, bad, or otherwise brand, but it is apparently a brand. And next up, I'm going to need you to grab those straps along the sides of the seats, because we don't have seat belts. We're going to go right over these railroad tracks. Just grab on tight. We don't provide safety equipment, and there is no insurance. But over here, we've got a wonderful train stop for dropping off your goods. It has a name, I'm sure. So this would be the Kurzawa Tartak, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. All right. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour, and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're going to try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With that, that does conclude our tour. This has been a fantastic tour. I believe this tour, once accepted by Dare Drops, will result in a season pass for someone. We'll be getting those keys some point in the near future. I do have to like submit a clip or a video or whatever of this. Then some period of time goes by, like a couple days to a week or whatever. And then we'll do a key give out for that. So that's a season pass, which is like 30, 40 bucks or whatever it is right now. Don't quote me on that price. I don't know the exact amount. But the point is, it's a heckin' season pass that someone's gonna get for free because I did a silly tour where we drove around town. But we also had to find like a stork nest, which wasn't too bad when people were like, they're typically on telephone poles. I believe my farm I've been working on is over here somewhere. And there's definitely no problems with just driving over everyone else's farmland. It's fine. I don't normally get the four-wheeler, but since I had to do a tour, I was like, I just want a vehicle that's cheap and moves relatively fast, and the four-wheeler served that purpose. Okay, so it looks like we may have finished cultivating our field, and it looks like the one still picking up stones is still working on it. Does it include the game? It is the DLC only, I believe. I think there may have been one that came with a game key, but it's the DLC only. The idea is they're doing this to promote their new DLC. The premium, I think it's the premium, yeah, it's the premium update just dropped. Alright, so we're now done with this tractor. So that one's still picking up the stones. So as we do, I'm just going to plop this down right there. This isn't my field, but that's not my problem. That's their problem. So we have cultivated this field, and we have picked, well, we're actively working on picking up the stones out of the field. That's what my employee is doing over there. So we're going to run down here real fast, and we're going to go get our cedar. I had this feeling I'm going to really end up wishing that I had extra seeds. Is there something I can put seeds on and carry them with me conveniently? Or not really? So this is just like a regular, ordinary kind of mid-range tractor that they recommended. And then I spent like 500,000 getting just the biggest monster of a tractor I could, which is what the other one's using. Alright, so next up, I need the cedar, which is this little dinky thing right here. So the thing that's crossing my mind is I really need to find a way. Okay, so that's, yeah, is that parsnip we're set to? I'm trying to remember what button it was. It's not set to parsnip. That's now I'm looking for. There we go. Parsnip. Alright, so... You probably carry, like, no parsnip. Alright, so I need to buy parsnip seeds. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. Can I find the cedar? There's gotta be a way. Oh, you know what we do? We get a forklift. We'll get a forklift, we'll throw those on it, and it'll get it going. Alright. But first up, oh, that filled instantly. Oh no. How little does this carry? Oh no. That is going to be deeply upsetting to deal with. I'm used to the cedar having to sit there for a good 30 seconds plus to slowly fill up. And then, you know, being able to get like a quarter of a field done per load up or something like that. That, I feel like we straight up have like 8 parsnips in the back of here. We're just gonna, you know, plug those in the ground and be like, okay, get your next batch. You know, we're getting someone to hand feed it might be faster. But there's only one way to find out. Wait, it's August? Hang on a second. It says I can plant. No, green is planting season. Alright. So, do I own a home? Is there some place I could stay the night for 3 months? Alright, you know what we're doing? I feel like we should build ourselves a house. I feel like we should build ourselves a house and then hibernate for 3 months so I can actually plant the parsnip to satisfy the dare drop. Yeah, it's, I don't think any of those are available right now. Yeah, that's the problem, is these are the 3 I would need to plant, and none of them are available till April. So, time to take the next 6 months off like any good farmer. Yeah. So, unfortunately, I have to catch a snooze. I believe you can literally just fast forward time using it wherever you can sleep. No winter carrots? No. So let's go down here. Construction. Alright, where was house? They have houses here. Farmhouse. Look, we're not made of money. Is this not my field? It's not. The camera angles are so weird when you're doing the building stuff. I feel like we're going the wrong direction. 34. Oh my god, please. That's where the water was. The water was east of us, so I think I need to go this way. Yeah, because 55 was the big field. Alright. We're going to reorient ourselves. Okay. So, I am here. I need to... Okay, so it's the opposite direction of 55. Alright. So let's try this again with a little less failure. So we can get our wonderful, fantastic trailer. And we're going to go down this way. There we go. That's our land. Can I place... Yes, perfect. So I'm going to take this way up over to the edge of the road. And we now have our brand new home. And we're going to go right over here and say, I'm feeling a wee bit sleepy. What time do I want to wake up? That's fine. So sleep. Okay. One moment. Alright, now we've had ourselves a nice good sleep. It's now September, but you know what? I'm not feeling about it, so we're gonna go right back to sleep. We're gonna go back to sleep. September, just not feeling it. September, kind of rainy, kind of dreary. Nah, not a fan. Not gonna do it. So I'm sorry I'm having to fast forward half a year. Well, we've woken up. It's now the wonderful October. We're not really feeling the Halloween thing, though, so we're going to go right back to sleep. So we're just going to go ahead and not bother with the Halloween thing. The local candy, kind of crap, not going to lie. They don't buy the good stuff here. They really cheap out on it. And now we're in the month of November. Nothing happens in November. Nothing happens in November. Like, if you're in the U.S., you've got, like, Thanksgiving, but, I mean, let's go back to sleep. I wonder if it snows here. Some of the maps, they do get covered in snow and all that. Some of them don't. It really depends. Oh, there's the snow. So, we've now woken up. It's nice in December. But it's really cold outside, and I don't like the cold. So we're going to go back to sleep. And while that's happening, so Happy New Year, everyone. We've had a wonderful New Year. It's been fantastic. What did we do last year? I indebted myself buying a bunch of farm equipment and some land. I started to work on it, and now I proceeded to sleep away about 4 months of my life. And now we're in January. January is after anything interesting happens. This is the recovering from your winter festivities and getting back to work and all the sadness that is. So we don't want to do that, so we're going to go back to sleep. If only it was this easy to go back to sleep. Oh yeah, I wish. Just like, I need to sleep. Thunk. Normally you wouldn't be doing this, playing this game normally, because normally what you'd do is you would plant something for that season, and you get that put down, and then, you know, like, when you finish with that, like, when you, like, have availability, you'd plant the thing in the next field for the next season, and you do a rotation. But this is not entire things. So we're now in February. It's like, it's kind of like January in the way you're just kind of recovering from the festivities, except this is after you're at the recovery phase and you're just kind of in the lull of day-to-day life. You haven't really gone to, like, spring break time or anything else like that, so it's really just kind of a bummer of that. So we're just gonna go back to sleep, and never mind this month. Rual farming plan: spend $500,000 and go to bed for 6 months. I am entirely expecting we're gonna get that tractor and we're gonna plant some parsnip, and it's gonna be horrendously awful and laborious. Judging by the fact the thing is 3 meters wide, and this is March. This is the best month. And the reason it's best month is we're gonna go, woo, happy birthday to me. Okay, so now I've gotten the birthday done. We're gonna go past this. And now is work time. After all this time. And it's now time. Yeah. All right, let's deal with this. Let's deal with this little problem real fast. It's almost as if you sleep 6 months, and wait, are you still going? What? I'm gonna need you to get out of that. Let's drive over here, plug that off, race down here real fast, because what I need to grab real fast is the thing for weeding. I could get this tractor doing the weeding, and I could follow around it and plant the parsnip. I feel like the parsnip's gonna take me longer to do, going on a hunch. But we need to get whatever machine I can use for just tearing up the weeds. Because I don't think we just Because if we cultivate again, we gotta redo the stone pickup thing. I mean, we don't have to, but you're supposed to. Alright. Sell me a machine to make this all better. Let's see. Would the mower work? And yes, you can mow the grass. It is actually a totally viable strategy of making money. It is not super lucrative, but it does work. Not the mulcher. It would help if I knew what half these tools did. Like, I know what a cultivator does. We did the subsoiler. What I'm looking for... Weeders! There you go. That's the name I needed. So we're definitely going to just buy the most expensive one they have. It requires 240 horsepower. You know what? That's perfectly fine by me. The vehicle I'm using has about 600 horsepower, so you know that'll work just fine and dandy. Excellent. So let's grab our tractor. Yeah. And we could just grab you real fast. Oh, this is gonna have a pretty big range to it. You could almost imagine, like, there's the other farmers here, and there's just this torn through path through all of their farms between mine and theirs. Just this worn path of, like, the big, giant, heavy tractors just trashing everything. And I'm coming by to complain and being like, no, I didn't do it, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Just this perfect trail straight to your farm. Alright. Let's squeeze over here. It is lowered? Why are you not... So we've lowered it. Oh, we have to unfold it. Oh, you can unfold an extra layer? Yes. Do I have to turn this on? No. I'm using the weeder. Why are the weeds not... Why are... Do I need to recultivate this? Is this what I'm accepting? Okay. So those are apparently not... Like, the weeder is not the solution for those weeds overgrowing. I actually need to recultivate it. Wait, is that thinner? Maybe it just doesn't get them all in one pass? Or maybe I can just drive over them and it topples them? Okay. You know what? If I could drive over and topple them, I can work with that. Because this will drive over and topple them. So we have 16 liters of parsnip whatever's in here. I don't actually know, like, if we just use actual parsnip or what it is. Okay, this isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. And we are officially planting parsnip. So that's good, because that is the next one of our dare drops. We're actually making good time. I was actually worried about how long this is going to take me to get through all these. But we're now down to literally just theming the farm so far as actually satisfying stuff, so that's pretty good. But yeah, so for those who haven't seen Farming Simulator 22, and I've actually, because my mind's like trying to get through all these, I should say, so I'm Rual Storge, we play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits at Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That kill count was 135,121 zombies killed in one character on one life on harder than apocalypse settings with no mods to change itemization or vehicles, and it was playing solo. That said, that record has been beaten, but I do play a variety of games on here. That includes stuff like Rimworld, like Colony Builders, Settlement Builders, City Builders, Slice of Life, Life Sim, Simulation, some of the occasional like survival game. So I play a pretty wide range of games here on the channel. Lately, our big obsession has been Coral Island, which released in 1.0, I think it was 6 days ago? I think 6 days ago. Either way, it's very recent. So honestly, since it released, I've been playing nothing but that until today because I wanted to get these airdrops done so I could get Farm Sim to a bunch of people in my community and all that. Because, one, I was going to do it anyways because I've played a lot of Farm Sim on the channel. I enjoy Farm Sim. But also, when I saw the actual rewards for the dares, instead of just doing like one or two and be like, okay, cool, I was like, oh no, wait, I want to do a bunch of these. For a bunch of reasons. Like, one, I want to do it so that way the devs who are willing to put up better rewards for dare drops, I want them to get the attention. Because that would help encourage a bunch of other devs who use dare drops to give better prizes than, again, a lot of times you get, what's the prize? Oh, we'll give you a background. And you kind of scratch your head and go, but I can, like, I know how to save an image to my desktop. Yeah, let's go ahead and update the objective list. So I can go ahead and knock off the plant parsnips and that. Because, I mean, we are actively planting parsnips, but I'm going to still say we planted parsnips. You also look good in a bandana. Yeah. Oh, that was at the very beginning of stream. One of the ones was cosplay as a farmer. So, for anyone, like, there's the image of farmers you see, like, in media and all that. And they're different in different places of the world. But generally, most farmers have something that they can cover their face, a bandana being a choice. They have different face masks and all that. Because while you're riding on a tractor like this, not necessarily planting these, but when you're driving around, like, cultivating fields, there's usually lots and lots of dirt and dust in the air, and breathing that in can be really, really bad for you. And so what ends up happening is you'll drive around, like, you go to get on your tractor, you just go. It's not just a thing from, like, Red Dead Redemption, like, you're gonna go rob a place. People wore bandanas with that purpose of putting this on to cover their face and mouth, to avoid breathing all that crap in. Because even before we knew necessarily the long-term health ramifications, just hacking and sputtering and tasting manure and dirt and dust and powder is not a good time. And then I also have these gloves. And I promise these gloves aren't that big in real life, but weirdly, just on the camera, they look much bigger. They're just like leather gardening gloves. But, you know, the idea is you'd usually have something to protect your hands, you'd cover your face. You'd normally have some kind of hat to, like, keep the sun off of you. It could be like just a hat with the cloth down the back of it. It could be like more like cowboy hat or more of a straw style hat. But the point is just something to block the sun. A lot of times I'll wear hearing protection. Obviously, I'm not doing the hat and the hearing protection because headset. But so we did cosplay like that. Does it feel weird to not have a railroad tracks near your farm, or for it to be a regular shape? Any regular shape? I know, right? But yeah. But so we did the cosplay as the farmer just for the beginning. Like, I keep the bandana on. At some point, I'm gonna take this off because it get hot and uncomfortable. But yeah, a lot of times, like, as far as the actual thing, like the clothing farmers wear, it's just gonna be like a t-shirt. Like, it depends. If they're gonna be out with something that's gonna be an irritant on them, they'll wear like more like long sleeve shirts, that kind of thing, or what the weather is outside. But if you're just, you know, you're out going through the field and it's not something like that, they'll just wear like a regular shirt. You know, do that kind of stuff. Beware of railroad tracks clip show. Oh yeah, so this is not my normal farm. Since a lot of the challenges for the dare drop were for the new map, which is this map here. I have my normal farm I've been running is, I think it's like Silver Forest Mountain or something like that. But the idea is it's this very mountainy tile, like, well, I should say very hilly, like big rolling hills kind of tile. But it is absolutely covered entirely by trees. And it's just been kind of fun playing that map, like, just, you know, basically clearing out forests and making farmland and all that. Because it's kind of fun to just sit back, like, you know, at the beginning or end of each stream, like, look back and go, like, oh, like, this whole area just got cleared from forest. It takes forever. Like, it takes absolutely forever. Clearing one of those fields takes, like, 3 streams. But once I clear it, I can just use that field in the future, and then, you know, when the crop comes due, we do all the processing we need to do, After I plant these, I need to do a roller. I'm letting this thing get a bit of a head start before I switch vehicles to do it, because the roller goes way faster than this part. So genuinely, where's the storing all... Because I know carrots you can have seeds. I know nothing about parsnips so far as growing. I've done a lot of gardening here, but we don't have the right climate in Florida for growing carrots and parsnip and that with any reasonable success. Like, it can be grown here, but they're usually pretty sad. Down here, we tend to grow a lot more strawberries, citrus, tomatoes, peppers, pineapples, stuff like that. And I've personally grown a completely obnoxious number of peppers and tomatoes. I wish I had grown an obnoxious amount of pineapple, but the local wildlife tends to beat me to the pineapple, and it's deeply upsetting. But, so I don't know much about the planting process for these. But at the moment, you notice I don't have my hands on. I've paid a driver to take care of this. We're just riding along. Let's go ahead and switch tractors, go get our rollers. But for those who haven't played Farming Simulator before, it is a fairly realistic depiction of farming. Obviously, some of the stuff you can do in this where you roll your vehicle and just, walk away, probably not the most realistic. Rolling a tractor would definitely not be good for your long-term health. And there's a lot of stuff that, just for the sake of that. Yeah. Well, I imagine the beets, the parsnip, and the carrots are probably all very similar, since they all came in the same DLC. So let's go ahead and, now that we've planted our parsnip, we can go grab the rollers. Now, for those who don't know what rollers do, basically what we're going to do for the order of operations is first, we cultivate the soil. Which is just basically churning the soil up so it's, loosened it up and all that. After you churn it, you have a machine you roll through that you pick up, like, all the bits of rock and other crap out of it like that. Because those can be damaging to your farming equipment and, like, in-game and in real life. Once you've done that, you're usually good to actually plant your crop. Once you planted your crop, you'd go over it with rollers. And the rollers, from my understanding, this is something I didn't know until I started playing Farming Simulator. My understanding is it packs some of the soil on the top to discourage weeds and all that. We don't... Wait, do we roller now? 1 second. I might have my order of operations wrong. Okay, so our farm... needs plowing. No. Hang on. Stop. Abort. Order of operations wrong. Order of operations wrong. So we missed a very important step. So we're just gonna go ahead and put the roller away real fast. We missed something real important. And as you do, you immediately ditch your tools in your neighbor's property. Because the band has a nice touch, loving it. Nice farm you got there. Yep, especially the fact that we're gonna have to go through where I freshly dealt with that. Get out of here, sign. You're not wanted. We're gonna have to go get a plow. So we wasted a bunch of seeds there. At least we caught it early. I was like, wait a second, do I need to put down the lime or roller first? The answer was I'm just wrong. That was the answer. Alright, so we need to go get ourselves a plow. Where is the plow? And we got a heckin' big tractor. So you require up to 360 horsepower at least. Don't worry. I don't know what those do, but sure. So we're just gonna go ahead and buy the biggest one. Wasted parsnips. Yeah. Or is it the hibernating erased that? It could be the hibernating erased it. Like I said, normally when you play, you would just go, what month is this? What's the crop that I should be planting this month? And you treat it that way. You don't normally be like, let me fast forward till it's the appropriate time to plant this specific plant. Because you don't want to just like fast forward a bunch of game usually. Most time. I could see if you're doing like some kind of challenge, like plant one of every crop, you might run into that kind of thing. Alright. So we need to plow this field. This will be interesting. So let's see if this goes not horrifically. I'm really expecting that tree behind me to be a problem. You go wider than that, right? Okay. Alright, Smoker Silver, you have a good one. What are you catching on back there? Still not very sure. Okay, it's just bottoming out is what I was doing. Alright. Okay. Hey, Bentley. How's it going? Right, so it's doing its job. So we hired someone to take over. Alright. Let's grab you. Ditch this over. Well, actually, that might be in my way, which is a problem. Alright, so let's go over here. Drop that off. I believe our stone collector is over here. So we'll need to get that going. Ooh, I don't know if this tractor's strong enough for the stone collector. We're about to find out, though. We are going to have to drop off the stones. This is one thing I wish worked a little bit different, is in real life, if you go through and you keep going through a field and you keep plowing and you pull up the stones, you plow and you pull up stones, sooner or later you start having fewer and fewer stones. The point's not really worth mentioning. That's not how farm sim works. It's just every time you plow it, more stones. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and this nice, convenient retention spot. We're going to go ahead and say, if we could just go ahead and drop all those stones into this ditch right here, that's definitely fine. Oh, am I understanding this correctly, that is plowing and rolling in one pass? Yeah, so you've got stones. It says it's fertilized. I have no idea what you're doing, employee. But that's gonna be a problem for me later, I guess. Alright. That's not how that works. What are... I don't really know what you're doing. That's the reason I took over and just drove back over here. I'm like, I don't want you to try and contest that spot. We'll just go ahead and pull right back here. And hopefully you get that figured out. I really am confused by what's happening over there. I think it's like pulling the entire way halfway through the field and then backing up into position to then start doing the next pass. Which is extremely inefficient. Yeah, no, it's... the person has skill. I'm not sure they're putting it to good use, but they do, in fact, have skill. Because the thing is, I want to get this tractor being able to follow after that, because the plow should be faster than this thing, I think. Just because that giant tractor is able to cover like 3 times the width this thing can. Alright, let's see how this plays out. I'm just gonna let it happen. Okay, that went better than I thought. I don't know what any of these people are doing. Because we already finished this spot. I don't know what they're doing over there. I'm sure if we get out and just leave it alone, it'll turn out okay. What could possibly go wrong? Let them work, go to sleep. Well, that was the thing. We slept for like 6 months. We came back out, and the person was still clearing the field. It's like, what? Did you just like take the 6 months I was sleeping off? What? Okay. Now, I can continue to make bad decisions. And what I'm going to do with that is I'm going to get another tractor. We're looking for something in the line of that first tractor they gave us. I want something with some horsepower, but not... I say, and I'm like, you know what? To heck with it. I want something with some level of horsepower, but I don't need it to be ridiculously expensive. Because I do want to plant more stuff. What was the one they recommended me? I'll just get a second one of that one. So not you. Customize. Give me your big engine. Give me the big tires. And give me the front loader attachment. Okay. That way, while they're figuring their stuff out, I can get the next thing going. Someone completed their task. Excuse me, someone did not complete their task. You are definitely not done yet. Because I'm not worried about getting too many tractors, because it is one of those things that later on I'll be able to sit there and be like, okay, go do this field. Turn it over to the AI while I go work on something else. Don't tell me the plow is the one. Okay, I'll take over this one. See if we can add any type of sense to this. There's a reason why people joke about how not useful the AR farmers are at time. Just whip that thing around super fast. These trees are gonna have to go. Can I get rid of these trees right now? Oh, I don't actually have a chainsaw. I'm not used to that. It's fine. In the future, I'll just need to know to go the other way around. Oh, I see. You can only you have to keep going one way with it. You can't go back and forth because it doesn't. That's kind of annoying. You also didn't finish this row AI. Alright, so instead of doing it in rows, I'm gonna just need to like I'm gonna get going the other direction. But I'm gonna just need to like basically do laps around here. Which will probably completely screw up the stone pickup. I don't have access to this land. It's fine. It's interesting it can turn so sharply that it becomes a problem. I'm working on it. This whole thing is going to be terrible. We're going to do a lot to try and fix this. It'll be fine. Yeah, no, it's just... It's the nature of this plow where it looks like it's doing the rolling and the plowing in one action, which is cool because that saves me a bunch of time. But the issue being... all the side effects of that. This is awful. All of this is awful. That's like I was driving around all ridiculous. What are we harvesting? At the moment, weeds. But we are planting parsnip. For those who don't know Longclaw, another fantastic creator on the platform. Definitely someone worth checking out and all good stuff. Does your field have, like, fog of war? That's just because we were having some performance issues when I first loaded up, which I haven't had that with Farm Sim before. That was smooth. Oh, I haven't had those with farm sim before, but that. That's how to get with Pam. But yeah, so those no long claw. Fantastic creator plays a lot of like, you know, it's done like Mountain Blade. I believe you did some hardcore World of Warcraft, if I remember correctly. Has done Project Zomboid. Has played a whole bunch of stuff. Definitely worth checking out. Crusader Kings, I believe, is another one you've played on your channel. But if you're looking for any of that kind of stuff, that's where you can find it. All right. So we're gonna do our best to not make this terrible. I don't know if this is the articulated thing that the AI was struggling with, or it's just the nature of how this plow works. I need you to get out of my way. Don't worry. I see you working. I'm about to undo that work, friend. Now that it... Well, no, because I have to restart the game. I was going to say, now that the performance is better, I could extend... Because we were having a stutter, and I turned the graphics down to pretty much their minimum. Just because, like, I don't know what's happening. But it's running, like, buttery smooth now. Hey, man. You need to figure something out. Try and fix this corner where I took it too early. I need you to move. Just shove it out of the way, it's fine. Alright, so you can get over here farther. Okay, if I hand this to the AI, is it going to go terribly? I imagine it will. Okay, they've stopped moving. It's a bold strategy. They couldn't find the field, is what the complaint was, in case anyone missed it. The AI is not the best. There we go. So in the future, what I think I'll do is I would not buy this ridiculous plow. I think I instead just get like just a regular plow, and then probably swing back through with the roller after the fact, because the rollers don't take long to run. It's either so many iterations of farming center by now. I expect the farming area to work decently. It seems to work decently if you just hand them a tool, like give one of them and say, okay, go do that one thing. They seem to do okay with that. But the moment you get either like multiple of them are involved, or you're involved, or it's a field you've made yourself, that's where I find it tends to be not so great. So this was a field that was just like built in to begin with, and that part's fine. But I think because I did have two of them running at once earlier, and it just, something about this plow seems to really confound them. Because most of the plows, all you do is just go to one side and just can zigzag back and forth. But this one, it's kind of, you have to go where... Is there a rotate? Deactivate Packer? What? Oh, the Packer is the thing over here. Like I said, that I assume that's the roller. I think it's just this particular plow having the roller as well kind of confuses it, because you want that roller to be going over the path you made the last pass. I think it's just like this one design is kind of throwing it for a loop. Because like I said, normally you can go down one way and then just go like just zigzag, like go down, turn around, and just like go like this. But this one almost feels like you kind of have to. You know what? I bet you there's a better way you could do this. There's a much better way I could do this. So let's go ahead and we'll do this pass the way we have been. Mostly because I'm not in position to switch it up. So what we'll do is we'll do this pass where it's on the right, and then we're not going to try and like follow the left. We're just going to go out and around and then just come up the one side. It works, and it works better with regular tractors, not spaceship-sized wiggly tractors. Yeah. So I'm thinking with this, we'll just go ahead and clean this straight off the side. And then race over here real quick. Knock our stuff around, do some damage. Then go over here.
Just wait for the tone.
Yeah, Zamboni style. Basically, you're trying to do your two passes. I feel like this will work much better. I think it's because it's the turns that try and do that on the field just don't work well. I am noticing that other vehicle is still going, but because I'm plowing it all up behind it, we're just I'm just putting rocks where it's already cleared up. And then the trees over here suck. In hindsight, I should have been going the other direction on the field. Alright. Okay. So what do we still have left on my list? Theme a farm. So the question is, do we keep pushing this where we've messed this one, or just to like start a farm fresh, do it right? All right. You know what I'm gonna do? We're gonna start a fresh farm, and the reason I'm doing this is I don't want to sit here and deal with it like this. We were doing all the dare drops to this. We have one dare drop left, but it doesn't require me to do this. So let me go ahead and play this the way you're normally supposed to play it, because I want to get out and adjust the graphics. Because especially the draw distance being nothing is really kind of annoying, because I couldn't see where I needed to go to get graphics. So I'm gonna lock it in at medium. All right, so it's reloading the game because I wanted to adjust that draw distance. I had to exit out to do that. But I liked that map because I've been trying. I think I want to avoid trying to go back to the same map we've been doing again and again. Because I think people are getting tired of me just cutting trees endlessly. So I liked doing the new map and like actually having an actual farm. So I'm gonna actually leave that one alone, and we'll start this one in the harder one thing. I am down to do that map though. It is the new map. So in this case, I am gonna leave. I'm gonna leave that mod on. And the lumberjack mod, the reason I leave that on is sometimes I have like trees along ditches and that. They'll be like, you're not allowed to cut that up. I'm like, but it's in the way. And why is it not considered my property? It's right there. It's right there. Why is it not my property? Because I'll run into a situation where you'll own all the land around a lake, like completely circumferencing the lake. And it'll be like the one tree that's in your way at the corner of the lake. It'll be like, no, it's not your property. I'm like, look, man, I'm sorry. I'm going to go ahead and call up like City Hall or whatever and be like, hey man, can I remove that one tree? I'll plant 10. It's fine. It's just where that tree is a problem. I'll go over here, I'll plant 10 of the same tree. 10 of the same tree over there. I'll guarantee they stay there. We can protect them, whatever. But can I get rid of the one tree right here? And they'll say absolutely not. And then I'll be sad, and then, you know, the tree will accidentally fall down and I'll pay a $1,000 fine. And we'll be good. Alright. Yeah, so it seems like when you first load up the map, it does stutter real bad. Okay. So, now the way you actually would play the game, normally, is not what I was doing that time where I was fast-forwarding, is we're just going to go right here, and before we worry about anything else, we need to buy a plot of land. How much money do I have? I have $500,000, and if I remember correctly, when you start this it's a loan. Yeah, so 200,000 of that is a loan that we owe money on. And that's just because this is the hard start. So, what we want to do is we want to find a plot of land. We're not going to be able to buy something way too expensive. I'm just going to buy this plot of land right next to the store. We're going to start here. So, boom, 58. Cost me 13,000. It's mine. All right. Now, we've got that plot of land. We're going to go ahead and check what is in season to plant right now. It is August. We can plant canola, or we can grow grass. So if we grow grass, we can get a harvest right now. But I'm going to go with the canola. So we can't afford much, so we got to be pretty frugal here. So we're going to go ahead and we can go to here. It should tell us, like, we have all these options. Yeah, because it doesn't say, like, just canola up here. So what we want to do is let's find our accessories real fast that we're going to need. So I'm going to need a cultivator. And honestly, we're going to get, like, the bare minimum of everything to start. So boom, tiny cultivator, done. Okay, back. Alright. And we're going to need a plow. Boom. We could do bigger than that thing. Half a meter we could do bigger than that thing. What tractor are we looking at? Like, what size? Probably want at least like 100 horsepower. Okay, that's pretty fun. Like, just a super old school tractor. We're gonna burn a bit of our budget on the tractor, because that's gonna be important for us long term. I can't go too high though. Okay, so there's different styles. Get the biggest one again? I can't. We have like no might. What are some of these tractors? Some of these tractors are like really weird designs. I mean, these are all like expansion stuff. I mean, we can get that Volvo. That Volvo for the horsepower is a pretty good price. Yeah, you do have the hook on the back. Yep, okay. So we're gonna go ahead and get the Volvo. So we've got that. So that tells us we have 140 horsepower. That's kind of our limit. So the reason I wanted to check that before I went here is, you notice this will tell me how many horsepower I should have to run it. So this one here would be kind of out of our realm. This one we can handle. So we can go ahead and details on that. We got our plow. And then after our plow, we need to get our next thing. Yeah, you can go over the limit a little bit, but you gotta be careful. We're gonna get the stone thing, and I always buy the biggest one because seriously, this takes long enough without that. So let's go ahead and do this. We got our stone picker. The next up is we need our planter. Well, cedar in this case. So we can get this one, and that'll cover our canola. I believe that, yeah, there's our canola right there. So we go details. So there's our cedar. And after our cedar, we're going to need our roller, which is here somewhere. I've overlooked you. Where are you, rollers? Where are you? There you are. Yeah, so I can only do the smaller one. There's our rollers. We will also need the spreader. I wish they had a search in the shop. Yeah. There's definitely a lot of quality of life this game could use. I really enjoy the game, but there's definitely a lot of pay points. It's not sprayers. Fertilizer spreader is what we're looking for. Because we can put lime in there. Yeah, so you put lime in there. Nice, tell me the horsepower requirements, that's fine. Okay. That might be a bit spendy for it, but that'd be future-proofing us, because that's the largest one. Yeah, 8,000 on that price is nothing big. Like, a lot of these, like, adding the extra stuff doesn't really add much to its price, so it's fine. Alright, so we've got the thing to put down the lime. So we've got that sorted. So that would take us through the lime, the roller, the seeding, and all that kind of stuff. So the last thing we would need is the harvester. Which I've got to remember. It's not forage harvester. No. It's not vegetable, it's for grains. I think we just need the full-blown big harvester, which I believe is expensive as all get out, and we'll have to lease that. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to actually harvesting. Oh, actually, the cheap one's not that expensive. All right. So we're gonna start with the little one. Alright, so that should be literally all the equipment I need to do this. Do they harvest what you want? Yeah, no, that's what I checked. Is that it was a harvester that could do canola. So the way you can tell, if you ever look at it, is you go in your harvest and you click on that. It's these icons on the bottom. And you have the canola there. Oh, right, we need the header. Thank you. We can go to combinations. And with that, we have already spent almost $500,000 to get all our equipment. Oh, I forgot. In this one, I actually have to start and stop my engine on the hardest difficulty. All right. So let's get to work. And I own this strip of field over here. Oh, please tell me you're ready to harvest. Please tell me I bought a field that's ready to harvest. That'd be fantastic, because then I get a freebie. Nope, it is a withered field. So... doesn't look withered. It's fine. Alright. Yeah, so this one we're not spending nearly as much time like cutting down the trees. There's some foresty areas on the edge of the map we could do as well. And we could grow a forest or a tree farm at some point if we wanted. And in this case, I'm not hiring someone to do the work for me. And the only reason I'm not doing that boils entirely down to I don't have much money. And for all this stuff we just bought, I'm not going to get paid for a long time for it. What we'll do is we'll set up this field, and then what we'll probably end up doing is you can take odd jobs for people in the community, make a little bit of money here and there. So I'll probably end up doing those odd jobs to make that money. And then once, you know, I get enough money, I'll go to, like, the next field, I'll buy it, and do that. I mean, I honestly might take the odd jobs and just pay off the loan. Get rid of that as fast as we can. Because interest just building up on you is not a good time. This may not be a very fat, like, powerful tractor, but it's got some really good speed to it, and I like the steering. As you've seen people foresting many years ago, I tried it myself recently and sold all the equipment after the first tree. Oh yeah, no, like, the one map where I did all the land clearing, like, I did tons and tons and tons of forestry on it. Like, it wasn't, for me, it wasn't the purpose of doing the forestry. It was kind of just being able to have, like, a map that you could, like, see yourself change the map. Because, like, this, we basically already have all these immaculately set up farms. Which is cool. But it was kind of the fun of making the farms. Like, taking what was literally a tree-covered hill, clearing the land, making it into a farm, and doing all that. I wish their terraforming tools were cool. The game was like, yo, clear trees, clams, farmland. Yeah. I mean, the big problem with the trees is just, honestly, more than anything else, it's the collecting the logs afterwards and doing stuff with them. That's the reason why, if you look at the mods for forestry, almost all of it's around what can I do to make dealing with the trees I've cut down less of a pain. So you have, like, the auto logger where you just pull up a truck, it just kind of vacuums all the logs into it. You've got ones that, they just let you drive over the trees and convert them to mulch that then you can just, you know, scoop up the mulch and sell it, and just, it's just the mulch is not worth as much as a log. Okay. You also have a lot of people who get mods that they have, it's a GPS thing. So instead where you're seeing me where I'm kind of have to, like, just tweak and adjust my positioning and just drive the tractor, that it almost lets you have your character act like the AI in the sense that you can go, alright, like, I'm in the tractor, make a perfect straight line to here, then, like, you know, do your loop or whatever. Just to make it way, way smoother. Yeah. GPS is low-cost AI. I think that's fair, like, if your character is in the tractor. That's like, okay, it's effectively like you're hiring yourself kind of thing. Alright. No, I like this little Volvo. The speed it's moving is really nice. Like, it's only 9 miles an hour, but it feels peppy compared to. You have some of the big tractors, even when they're hauling equipment, they'll be like, "What speed is this going?" 6, and you're like, "Oh, okay, it's fine, I guess." Sadly, it doesn't have the horsepower to use the big stuff. That was, people have asked me a number of times, like, about setting up a game, like a community game to play. And it's always those ones I've gone back and forth with, because, like, Project Zomboid comes up. as a possibility. You know, people mention Minecraft, even though I've really not done Minecraft on the channel at any point. Like, nothing wrong with Minecraft. I just burnt out when it first came out. I just went so hard on it. Got some pickup, like a little toaster, making a crop. But yeah, so, but one of the games that actually did come across my mind that I think would actually be fun is Farming Simulator. Because it could be fun to get a group of like 4, 5, 6 people together or whatever. Like even just 2. But like doing stuff like that. And it wouldn't necessarily have to be like the collab creators only kind of thing. Because if I'm not mistaken, you can make it so like only the person who's running the game can actually buy the equipment, so you don't have someone troll you by just buying like 5 of the largest tractor or something. But it would be fun to have like 4 or 5 people zipping around, like tending different fields, doing different stuff. Because just the amount of stuff you can keep going at one time would be so much more than just one person can handle. Especially from different regions to keep the crops good. Especially from different regions. Oh, you mean like different parts of the map? Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like I could have one person. It's like, hey, could you, deal with field 33? And, they would just kind of go out there. Oh, are you talking about, like, leaving the server up, like, 24/7? And have, like, people popping in at different points of the day to, like, maintaining the farm? I don't know if I'd want to do that. Like, I'm always leery about a server that I leave up that I don't have, like, moderators or myself, watching it 24/7. You don't want to come up and have 8 combines just sitting in the yard. Yeah. But like I could see that we would schedule a time being like, okay, this this stream on this day is going to be like open up community play. Here's the game we'll be playing. Like it just the farming sim could be one we do. But because it could just be fun to sit there and have it. I mean maybe having a, because I actually don't know like the server situation for farming sim. Like I don't know if you could like tune on a dedicated server that runs 5%. I'm sure it's possible to do. I just don't know if it's like default behavior. Because maybe that could also be interesting. The days are long enough. I mean, let's think about that. So if I were to say stream that, and we did that for like a couple of days or whatever, I would end stream, and then 13 hours later I'd be back on stream. And I can't remember how long a month, like it's one in-game day is 1 month. I just don't remember how long one in-game day is. It wasn't a couple of hours, like 3, 4-ish hours or something like that. Like, I know you could probably adjust. I mean, you can adjust it. It'd be one of those things that I would want to make sure it's a speed that it's fast enough for multiplayer to feel meaningful, but not so fast that it feels super frenetic. I mean, actually, with a lot of people playing, you could probably slow down time, and it would still be fine. It just means you'd end up buying more and more land. That was actually one of the dare drops I did not accept. I did not accept the dare drop that was around. I think it was you had to play collaborative and make $1 million. And I think like they had the difficulty in that one. I think they put it up to like legendary or something. I was like, okay, if I mained farming sim, like we popped on here, did like 11 hours of farming sim, a couple days a week or so, I was like, sure, absolutely doable. But like we play farming sim, like, don't mind me, I'll just not plow the sidewalk real fast. We play farming sim like only once in a while. Number says, farming simulator servers are awful. My friends struggled for 3 days to start a server to play together. There are streamers who tried troubleshooting it for hours with chat assistance. You may need to purchase a dedicated server. In-game, there is an option. Otherwise, you just randomly decide to start playing. It may not work for like 10, 20 hours. Yeah, and that was I know who I would reach out to ask questions about that if I did decide to do it. I know there's a friend of the channel and everyone like who has run like the server before. I don't know like if they set it up or had someone else do it on their behalf or anything like that. I don't know any of the details. But they would probably more than likely know, you know, good, bad, or otherwise. But yeah, it's definitely not one you could ad hoc. Like anything I do, like a collab or cooperative multiplayer, is not typically going to be ad hoc. That's actually one of the reasons I don't end up doing that many collaborative stuff. Is for a lot of content creators, they don't plan what they're streaming well in advance outside of like charity streams or special events or, you know, new game releases. A lot of it is like, what are you in the mood for that night, or like, you know, like, is there a game that you enjoy that like is doing particularly well, but, you know, in a short-lived way, like maybe there was some championship or whatever in the game that like now's a good time to hop in while people are excited about it. So you end up having to do a lot of stuff that's fairly reactionary as a content creator. So when it comes to like just, you know, randomly popping in multiplayer, that doesn't work for me too well. There's a group of creators that I'm among that I really like collabing with them, but a lot of them are pretty bad about the whole, like, they just pop on Discord at, you know, 6-7 p.m. and be like, hey, does anyone want to play Name of Game tonight? And like by that happens, I'm already in my stream starting, and I would be down to do it for the latter half of the stream, but I don't peruse Discord while I'm streaming, so I just don't see it. Alright, so we cultivated the field. I'm still not 100% sure the difference between cultivating and plowing. Yeah, so it still says it needs plowing, so let's plow the field. I know both of them are around churning the soil, it's just the nuanced difference. Which it's kind of sad that I don't know the difference, considering I have sold plows before. Not cultivators, at least not that I know of. Now I say I sold them, not often. I used to work in a company that we sold tools and lawn and garden equipment and fitness equipment and a whole bunch of stuff. But we didn't really get a lot of people who were coming in with like plows and stuff like that. That was pretty rare. Most of the time it was, you know, they just wanted their big tractor mower, the big riding tractor mower, or they need a new weed whacker, a new push mower, a new chainsaw or whatever. And that was kind of it. But every once in a while you'd have someone who was looking for more commercial stuff that would come in and be like, hey, can you can you get out like the catalog for the plows or whatever, you know, that stuff. So I didn't end up selling much of that. I also wasn't exactly in much of a farm area either. Like technically there was citrus in the area, but that like that particular farm was kind of on the outs as the climate's been changing. They were kind of where they had been in a viable place before. It was changing enough that the crops they had been growing weren't doing as well. So they were trying to figure out what they were doing because they had all the equipment for their stuff, and it's like, you know, they were getting up there in years and they didn't want to, you know, start over kind of thing, like sell what they had, get new equipment to, you know, change crops and all that. So they just ended up shutting it down. We had a particularly bad year for freezes that, well, most of the problem was actually it was getting too hot. It's also the winters were getting too many freezes in them as well. And the freezes wiped out a lot of their crop, and that was kind of when they're like, alright, we're done. Like, I don't think they're in any financial risk of losing everything. I think they basically had been debating retirement, and it just kind of pushed the retirement concern a little earlier than they had really intended to. Yeah, so no, it's a fun thing that, if you ever wonder, so So Florida's known for a couple of crops. The big ones we're known for is you hear oranges, and we do a bunch of citrus, but the orange is the one you hear the most of. It is the one we do the most of. We also are really well known for strawberries, which a lot of people don't hear about, but Plant City does a ridiculous amount of strawberries. And while it's not something you see outside of here, we actually have onions that are fairly unique to Florida that are grown along with the strawberries. They do sister cropping. And for those who don't know what sister cropping is when I have, say like I want to grow the strawberries. Well, the problem is there's a whole lot of pests who like to eat the strawberries, namely stuff like deer. Well, sister cropping is when you plant another crop among that crop that keep the pest away, or, you know, it can also amend the soil in some way, like, you know, maybe one crop is really harsh in the soil in this way, but this other crop helps, you know, supplement that, and it's just where you grow crops together because it benefits the crops to be grown together. But they grow onions with them because there's a lot of insects and deer and stuff that don't like onions. The thing is, by growing the onions near the strawberries, it changes the taste of the onions. So they're very unique. They're almost like a pinkish color. But they're really good. But they don't ship them because there's not enough of them to really be worth shipping. And I understand they don't ship as well as, you know, regular old yellow and red and white onions. But they have a big festival they do in Plant City every year that they cook all sorts of stuff with that. But we also have quite a large amount of tomatoes grown here. We're not the big group of tomatoes. California is the big place for tomatoes here in the U.S. But they do have tomatoes grown for local consumption. Though if you look up Florida tomatoes, it gets to be... There's very shady business practices with that one specifically. Like really, really, you know, federal government getting involved and arresting a lot of people for human rights violations levels of shady stuff happening there. I don't think it's still that way, but at least as well into the 90s they had big fiascos with that. They had kind of a company town type situation where there was these farms in the middle of nowhere swampland because there was just like these like islands of really good soil in the swamp that then, you know, made good for putting like a little small town with agriculture on it. And they had people policing the entrances and exits of town and all that. They apparently were taking people, effectively holding them captive there and making them run the farms. And thankfully they did eventually figure it out, and it was thanks to truckers coming in and out. You know, they weren't being allowed to interact with people in the community, and it was super suspicious, and eventually they started reporting it to law enforcement outside the city, because the law enforcement inside the city was in on it. And, you know, that got, you know, people watching, and they started doing all that. You think I'm doing the farm backwards? In which regards? Because it told me I needed to plow. If it tells me I have to cultivate after this, that's fine. I am noticing this thing struggles a little bit with some of this. But yeah, so there's a whole thing that basically what ended up happening, and the reason I know about this is it became a huge... I mean, okay, if I have to cultivate after, that's fine. Are the rocks yanking at the plow, or is that what's going on? Maybe. That could be it. I mean, if I have it in the wrong order, that's fine. That just means we follow up by cultivating. Do you think there's a seeder that can cultivate and plant to pass? Gotcha. I probably don't have it since we're on super cheapo budget. But I only know about like the whole thing with that because this is going back about 8 years or so, that there was a big debacle that one of the super sketchy tomato farms out there, you know, a reporter went into the town undercover, got arrested while they're in town, but managed to get someone from outside town, like they knew they were going to go there ahead of time, And so that person, came in and managed to get stuff done. So it became this whole big thing. And then when that became public news, because the reporter wrote the story, they had this whole big thing where a bunch of the local companies who had all been getting tomatoes from that location, there was a big outcry to basically be like, don't do business with this location anymore. Like, just those, they had, it wasn't a law that got passed here. It was like they got a bunch of the different businesses and all that said, okay, we will not do business with you if you do business with these other people, and that all the crops that you acquire locally must, there's like effectively they basically had a group would have to go through and verify that, there weren't these, embargo's not quite the right word. It's in that sentiment though. But a bunch of the companies were like, they had some like title, like it has to be like whatever fair farmer thing or whatever. But the entire idea was that, to both help the other farms who were acting ethically compete, as well as to, not shame, but to financially hurt companies who were buying the produce from places that were doing the awful things. That, they had this one that they would have effectively a verification process of the farms to make sure they're doing stuff on the up and up, and they get this accreditation that say, okay, we've confirmed these farms are on the up and up. And it was almost like a way of shaming businesses into doing the correct thing, and then financially hurting them by suddenly they would lose a bunch of other suppliers because they were getting someone from a shady supplier. And it did a really good job of putting all those farms out of business. But there was one or two companies who held out due to technicalities, and it became a huge political nightmare for all that. Because there was these companies like, we don't want to sign this thing. And they're like, why don't you want to sign this thing about these people who are literally human trafficking? Why are you trying to support the business that was human trafficking? They're like, no, we just don't want to sign the agreement. But why? And it went back and forth, and eventually they did sign the agreement. But like I said, it wasn't a legal thing going through the government and all that. So they invented reselling. Have you ever heard of a country having no access to produce shrimp? Oh, it wasn't like you had to go through that. It was basically, you had a bunch of the companies who were, imagine if you had 10 different companies operating farming in an area. And then one of those companies was doing some really awful stuff to cut their margins, or to cut the prices. And so everyone was going to that really awful group because they were the cheapest. And what happened is the other 9 kind of got together and said, all right, if you want to be able to buy from us at all, there's certain standards you have to meet. And so the choices were that one company that was doing the awful stuff had to up to their standard, at which point everything's fine, or all these other companies had to stop doing business with them. So you had a couple different routes of solving the problem. I don't think it ultimately mattered that much in the long run, because there's only a couple of operations who were operating in that manner. And the one, because it became the whole thing that they got the FBI and everyone involved in by the end, they weren't going to be operating regardless, because you can put the pieces together. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. They were committing very serious federal crimes. They weren't going to be operating that business anymore. But it was a whole thing. But the point is, we do tomatoes as well. But kind of the fun part is, oranges. You hear about Florida oranges and how Florida's big on oranges. If you go to the grocery store and you buy an orange off the shelf, it will almost never be a Florida orange. No matter, even if you're in Florida. And that's because the Florida oranges are typically used for things that are either orange flavored, or use orange as an ingredient, or it's orange juice, or stuff like that. We get the really big yellow oranges that they look often all beat up and all that, but taste-wise they're just as good, but they don't look good. But they're really good for using with stuff you want to be orange. Whereas the oranges, you go to the shelf and it's like this bright orange, like a smaller bright orange. Those usually come out of California. But they don't typically use as ingredients for almost anything. Not unless you can see it physically as an orange slice. You know, and they're both flavor-wise just as good. I just got here the first thing. We were talking about there's a lot of tomato growing in Florida, but it's got a very checkered past is the way I'll put it. They did some pretty egregious things. Like you can get basically no one to be like, yeah, it's fine, kind of egregious. Like, no one would be like, yeah, that's okay what they did. Like, nah, they were preventing people from leaving town. They were arresting anyone who spoke out. Like, really awful stuff. And they were like in the middle of the swamp with like only 1 or 2 roads in and out that they would have patrolled. And this is again going back like to the late 80s, early 90s. They were still operating in that manner. So we're talking, this wasn't super old news. But yeah. Let's see. Spain is also one of the largest producers of oranges in Europe. Other countries would be Italy and Greece. Gotcha. I actually have no idea what the other than, like, you know, when there's a particular crop that a country is just known for, like it's like their thing. I don't know much about the agricultural situation in Europe. Yeah, and we also do a lot of peppers here. Oh, and we do cashews. Not a lot, but we do cashews in Florida as well. There's other states that definitely do more cashews than us. But Florida is one of the few places that you can actually get the fruit cashew. Like it looks like a pear. You have to go to the farm though, because they don't ship worth anything. My understanding is within 24 hours of the fruit coming off the tree for a cashew, it's already fermenting. In Turkey, oranges are a common fruit tree? Cool. But they're supposed to be like extremely fragile fruit that like bruise extremely easy and get mushed extremely easy. And that they spoil super duper fast. That's actually one of the things that me and Toom want to do at some point is go visit one of the cashew farms and try the actual fruit part of the cashew. Like, I mean, technically the nut is a fruit as well, but like the actual pear part of it. A friend of mine turned you on to pawpaws. I don't know what that is. Ohio is mainly like soybeans, corn, and wheat. Yeah, most of the middle of the U.S. is soybeans, corn, wheat, barley. I mean, grains in general. Like most of the entire middle of the U.S. is that. For all your fruits and veggies, like 9 out of 10 chance it came from California. Like in one specific part of California. On top of that, there's the between the two mountain ranges, there's a valley in the middle of the state that's like straight up desert, but the soil is like ridiculously fertile. So that's why they put up with all the water problems, is because the soil is just amazing there apparently. Let's see, very last 13. Oh, yes. Oh, so Ohio has 1 out of 7 jobs that are related to agriculture and food production? That wouldn't surprise me. Everyone needs to eat. Italy has cool-looking oranges, like called blood orange. Oh, yeah, blood orange is awesome. I didn't know those came from Italy. Italy. There's extra syllables I added on that one. Middly. It's the short form name for the middle of Italy. It's not. At least I don't think it is. Because I'd probably make fun of him if it was. Really good Mrs. Ice Cream? Oh yeah, that's they have it in Coral Island. Durian, I've talked about before, is a fascinating fruit. Durian is one I will warn you, if you want to try it, is the actual inside part of the durian is pretty good. It's kind of custard-like. But the outside of the durian is an experience in the most awful kind of way. The way I would describe what durian outside smells like is rotten meat. Is the way it smells. It is pungent and it is unpleasant. To the point that, like, there are places in the world, like in parts of China, that you are not allowed to bring durian in any type of public transportation because it's such an awful smell, despite the fruit being fairly popular. But it's just like this spiky, sort of melony thing, but the inside is almost like a custard. So, if you want durian, if you have some place where it's already prepared, you get nothing but the fun part. But, if they're gonna bring the fruit out and open it up in front of you, just know you're gonna have to be someone who can handle having really awful smells and then eating something right after. The very last Lardine going, I want to know who was the first person to smell durian and go, hey, I'm sure that's delicious somehow. Yeah, it's the outside that smells. The outside is awful. Once you get into it, it's not so bad. Some airlines have bans on it. Oh yeah, no, it's one of those things. It's transportation typically that come from places that durian is, you know, just like something either popular or that they eat there on any regularity. Because a lot of world just doesn't have durian. On the very last Lardine saying, you know, how like the first person smelled durian and say like, I'm gonna eat that kind of thing. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that the discovery of certain food things came from, you know, desperate times. People were hungry. And you're like, you know, it's not about, is this appealing? Is like, is it possible I can eat this? I'm going to take my chances. I feel like that's how we found out about fermenting food, because we don't actually know about, like, fermenting food, we can't point and say that's where that came from. But you can imagine, like, you're sitting there, you stored a bunch of food, it went bad. Like, it just went bad. And so... Alright, so we need to pick up the stone. Like, it went bad, and you're like, well, our choices are starving to death or eating this food that's clearly not fresh anymore. And then you get it. And then people start going wild, because, you know, it's fermented. It's booze now. Well, not real booze, but it's alcoholic now. And then people going, you know what? What if we did that on purpose? Alright. So now I pick up our stones. Oh, I didn't lower it. I was like, this isn't doing the thing where it changes the texture. Okay, what we're doing now is we're picking up all the stone because it'll damage our other equipment if we go working on, like, seeding it and there's rocks everywhere. I don't know if it actually affects the quantity of the produce you get or whatever, the money you get. But I do know it damages your equipment, so the game's like, you need to do it. You can skip it, but, you know. The same people that looked at lobster and said, hey, that looks good with butter. Stop, keep it away from the children. That is, I personally like lobster. But that is, oh, the guy who runs XKCD, the comic. Is XKCD still relevant? Do people, like, I know they still make comics. And maybe it's just different circles I'm in now. I remember hearing about all the time. And I used to check it out, like, every time a new comic came out. I haven't kept up. But XKCD, one of the comics he had was, it's like, imagine you live in a world where people eat spiders. They're considered a delicacy. And no matter how much you scream at how weird this is, people just eat spiders. And it's like gone after, they're expensive, they're all that. And he goes, that's how I feel about lobster. It's like, have you looked at it? Like, I mean, it's fair. Spider do look, or sorry, lobster do look weird though. Lobster do look like nightmare creature. Hey, Prunger, how's it going? Also delicious. It's like a shrimp, but big. Yeah, no, I enjoy my crustaceans. Yeah, tasty bug. My older brother once went to a place that he ordered, it was spider sushi, and he was very, very disappointed when it was crab. To which in my head I'm like, but why? What? It's like, I know you were interested in something exotic, but why? I got no beef with spiders, but no. This is gonna be a hard pass on that one. I am content with spiders keeping all the other critters I don't want around away. You know, they go in their corner, I go in my corner, and as long as we both mind our space, we're good. Order the volcano rolls expecting lava. Yeah. Oh, I mentioned the other day. So one of Tomb's coworkers went out and was fishing and caught tuna. And so it was like just a thing, you know, brought in tuna steaks to give to a bunch of the coworkers to, you know, take home to their families or whatever. Like, super cool. Like, really, it's like, that's cool. And I don't have an opinion this way or that way about fishing for tuna. But, you know, so was like, here, have, like, this is, like, fresh tuna steak, just caught, all that kind of stuff. And gave it to her. And she's like, oh, I know it was, like, a big deal to him. And she doesn't like fish. But she was like, I'm not gonna say no, I don't want to offend the poor guy, because it's, like, means a lot to him. And so she came home and she's like, okay, well, here, I got this, so you can eat this. I'm like, I don't like tuna. Like, I like fish, but I don't like tuna. That said, I've never been given, like, fresh tuna straight from the ocean, that kind of thing. So I did eat that today, and I retract my opinion about tuna. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. To be fair, almost all the tuna I've gotten has been, like, canned stuff or, you know, served in, like, sandwiches and all that, where it was probably canned stuff. That said, I did overcook it a little bit, but that's because I was trying my best to cook it right, and just, I've never cooked it before, so I didn't quite get it right. But it was still pretty good. Yeah, no, I did the black pepper and salt. I didn't have soy sauce. Over is better than under? Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. Because that, I did shark once. Because we had, like, we don't typically fish for shark around here. But we did have a case where a shark got into a place that just wasn't safe for it to be, and then people were feeding it, and so it was kind of one of those situations where, what the heck do you do? And so ultimately, you know, the local people, the local, like, animal control took care of it. And they're like, well, we shouldn't just, like, waste this thing. Like, it's a good, like, it would be, you know, it's something someone would hunt, potentially, so I was friends with them, and they're like, alright, well, we'll do this here, have some. That was terrible. I understand shark is hard to cook. That's one of those ones that, you know, if you don't get it exactly right, it's terrible. Then, of course, people were feeding the shark as someone who would absolutely feed the shark. Oh, yeah, like, it was, basically, if I remember, because I didn't see where the shark got stuck or anything. If I remember correctly what had occurred, the shark had managed to, like, there had been flooding, and the shark had managed to get from the ocean into what was effectively an enclosed water area. And it got in there, and it was one of those things that, had it just been in there and that was that, you know, they could have just captured it and released it back into the ocean. But with people feeding it a whole bunch and all that, where it no longer feared people, you know, they're like, it's just going to show up at the beach, it's going to be problems, it's probably going to hurt someone. And it wasn't like it was like some super endangered shark or anything like that. But it's kind of one of those things that's like, alright, by feeding it, you've now made this animal that much more dangerous. So it says it's fertilizer. It's not telling me I need lime. So that's curious. As long as it's fed. Generally speaking, with that comment, is if you have a wild animal, especially a dangerous wild animal, and people start feeding it, it stops fearing people, and then you have a dangerous, you know, wild animal that wants to be around people, and it gets to be very dangerous very quickly. So a lot of places have very strict rules about feeding animals. I'm hungry as well, and I have to smell my food that's not available yet. Whenever I buy the seeds, I always buy the max. I'm gonna use them. Are you not familiar with sharks? We don't have those. Just, you can substitute shark with any, what's the term? Apex predator. So, cougar, tiger, you know, whatever. And just think about if people start just going to like the local lions, tigers, cougars, and just, you know, feeding them out of the back of their house, and how that goes. It's that kind of thing. Your cat is an apex predator. I think your cat thinks it's an apex predator. All right. I always struggle to like the button for remembering. Because it says F. There we go. And it needs to be canola. Wait, actually, doesn't it need to be canola? What is available right now? Canola. All right. Hey, Love Steak, how's it going? So, close the cover. Wait, I have multiple. So we can open the cover, lower the power harrow. I guess it's the one that had the cultivator built into it, because I have like multiple parts to do. So you plant our canola. Some people in your country keep them as pets. Not sure how it's allowed, but yeah, that's almost everywhere in the world, unfortunately. I know someone's daughter started eating a cougar showed up near the property. Yeah, usually what happens is when that happens, sometimes they'll capture them and they will put them into stuff like zoos and all that. But once you've got an animal that no longer fears people, that's that dangerous, it's just a thing that they have to deal with, because otherwise it ends up getting a hold of people's pets, or it ends up, you know, attacking a person or that kind of thing. Those little things, if you're someone who wants animals to be taken care of and all that, you have to be like, hey, do not feed wild animals. The tractor's feeling a little less zippy. We had in my neighborhood there's a body of water, fresh water nearby us, and there was an alligator showed up there. There's usually not alligators long in that area. Like they might show up and then usually they're chased off and all that kind of stuff. But what ended up happening is we had little old lady was feeding the alligator out of the back of her house, and you know, it's one of those things that ultimately it went after someone who luckily got away from it, and you know, animal control had to come in and get rid of it. Not like relocate, because it'll just become a danger to people wherever you take it. Haven't owned a lion in years. There was not my area now. There was it's like in the middle of nowhere, like really just middle of absolutely nowhere. Oh, what was the name of the, like? It was over on the coast that there was a tiger rescue that they had over there. That the entire thing was they were basically taking where, you know, people would get these exotic cats and all that as pets, and then either decide they don't want them or would get in trouble for it. And then they would take those tigers and all that, and they basically would take them to this rescue. Yeah, it's a big cat rescue. But they had a bunch of tigers and among other animals. Like the tiger's the one they had the most of, and it wasn't like the Tiger King whatever. Like it was a different group. Now, so you remember news stories years ago about a very old couple, you know, who took a bear cub to give it. That's an old couple near me who took in a bear cub and then had to give it up when it grew up. Yeah. I also can't imagine keeping something like a tiger or a lion or anything. Like, you look at the cost of how much it costs just, like, to feed a dog. Like, just even a big-ish dog. Like, how much it costs per month. And I see those numbers, it's just like, ugh, oh, what? That's so much money. But, you know, you get it. Like dogs are cool and all that. There's the companionship. I can't imagine what it must cost to feed, like, a lion or a tiger or some big animal like that who has to eat, you know, like you think about like the number of calories like a dog has to eat, and something like the size of like a full-grown tiger is going to be somewhere like almost tenfold that many calories. As Ian said, we had to give him a water dragon when I was a kid because he got to a size that he needed a bedroom. Yeah, the big one they've been a lot of the zoos and all that around here, they do a lot for conservation effort. And one of the biggest things they've been worrying about is, like, not telling people don't get birds, but basically, like, trying to educate people. It's like, this is a bird. You know, this bird is going to live for 75 years. Are you prepared to sign up for having an animal in your life for 75 years? You should think long and hard before you move to the next step. It's okay if you do ultimately decide to get the bird. Just know it's going to be part of your kid's inheritance or something. Because that bird's going to outlive you. Most likely. That's like desert tortoises. This is not a bird, it's an heirloom. There's truth to that. Some of those parrots live forever. Is there a blanket on a cage if you want to disappear? There's a certain amount of truth that if you a lot of birds, if you cover their cages, they basically go to sleep. Obviously it'd be cruel to just throw it on there and just walk away. Like, that'd be horrible, but there are people who manage birds that way. Object permanence? Is it an object permanence thing? I thought it was more, it was, their natural behavior is, that when the sun's up, they make noise, and then, you know, when the sun's down, they go to sleep. Like, I mean, not all birds, obviously, there's nocturnal ones. But for a lot of stuff, like birds. But not a single bird can defeat me, but two can. Most birds are also real high maintenance. Yep. But that's the reasons why, like, with birds specifically, there's a lot that they're like, hey, be real careful, make sure you think it through. This is a major thing. This isn't an animal you get it, and, like, you know, a hamster for 3-4 years, and, you know, that's the basic lifespan of a hamster normally. Sometimes you get longer, but that's usually about it. This is a lifelong commitment. Yeah, pets are sort of a kid, not a toy. Yeah, pets, you know, they're a living creature, not a novelty. They have cats that are seriously like humans also? Oh yeah, no, if you have a pet in your family, like, you know, there's people who be like, it's just an animal. I'm like, I don't know, it's basically family. Like, it can be very difficult. Like, you know, when they're sick and all that, it can be very difficult for people. I know I felt that way about when I had a dog for a long time. But yeah. Let's see, one of the instructors in my animal care program had a giant tortoise who would just wander around the class and work areas. In years, pets can become part of the family, like real relatives. Yep. I'm staring at you right now. Your kitty's in your lap? Yeah, no, I had a dog growing up. And lived way past the life expectancy for the dog. But, you know, ultimately, age be what it is. Passed away kind of thing. And a number of times we were like, oh, so you're gonna get another dog, right? I was like, nah. It's like, I love that dog, but I don't want to go through that last part again. I'm good. Like, that was rough. Your dog is sitting up staring at me like he's disappointed. Well, does the dog have treats? I mean, if I was in the dog's perspective and I didn't have treats, I too would be disappointed. What's the dog's name? Nico. It was technically the parents of dog. Like, Nico's parents were circus dogs. He was a white American Eskimo. So it was Sir Nico the Great when we got him. That wasn't the name we gave him. That was the name he had. Obviously, we're not gonna go, Sir Nico the Great. Sir Nico the Great, come here, boy. He just got a treat 10 minutes ago, but that was 10 minutes ago. Have you considered what's going on right now? Hey, Nico, let's go bowling. Your dog name includes Viceroy? I find people have a lot of fun with animal names. Like, you hear about, like, cats named, like, Sir Mittens or whatever. Or King Floofs. I always said if I got a cat, I was going to name it Minion. And this is, like, way before, like, the Minions movies or anything. I was just going to call it Minion. Not that a cat would listen to me at all. But, you know. Also losing dogs that you grew up with and have been with you for your whole life is rough. Yeah. Like, I do not remember a time before we had Nico. And it was somewhere around 17 or 19 years old, somewhere in that range, that, like, you know, he passed away. Just laid down to go to sleep, didn't wake up kind of thing. May we all be so lucky. But 17, 19 years old is heckin' old for a medium-sized dog. That is ancient in dog years. There's only one of your childhood dogs left. He's a very grumpy, tiny old man. Yup. Nico just wanted to walk up and get the pets. He would just walk up, plop down next to you. That's what he wanted to do with his day towards the end. He's like, I don't want to do anything high energy. I don't want to play. I just want the scritches. Like, I'm not getting all excited about it. I'm just going to chill here, get my scritches, and life is good. You inherited an orange doofus of a cat with my partner. His name is Jareth. You just call him Bonk because he has to headbutt everything. The cat's been staring at me right now is around 17. She's elderly. She does elderly cat things. I had a high school buddy who got a cat that he named Thor. And it was the sweetest cat ever. It ended up having a real bad health problem later on. Like while it was still a kitten. Like we think it had a stroke or something like that. But so its eyes wouldn't line up quite right. And it was just like the most loving, sweetest cat ever. It would just like walk up to you and like, you know, lick you and be all like cute. It always did like the little tongue derp thing where it just like stuck its tongue out. But it had some difficulties. Like it would get excited and run across the back of the couch and just go right off the side. Not like elegantly like jump off the side, like that the couch would extend forever, but it doesn't. And just go straight down to the floor. And you felt so bad for this absolutely adorable, loving little cat. But it had a lot of difficulties. If you did like the laser pointer thing with it, its eyes didn't quite work right. So if like the laser pointer was over like straight in front of it, you'd kind of like look that way to like look out of the corner of its eyes. You felt so bad for this poor cat. Like the cat seemed super duper happy and it was super duper like loving and sweet and all that. But it had lots of problems. It's one of the coolest cats I've ever seen. Because, like, you know, there's cats that they'll all purr and be all cuddly, and then you go and you give it scratches, and then it'll be, like, 30 seconds to a minute of scritches later, and the cat's kind of done with scritches, and it, like, hisses and paws at you, and you're like, come on, man. Why am I going to give you scratches if you're going to be a jerk about it? It's like, the cat is almost like, okay, we're good. Too many scritches. You have exceeded the scritch quota. It shall be punished. Or Josen's belly, in that instance, becomes a bear trap. You have one that's never done scritches. Yeah, I personally not been around a cat like that before. Most of the cats I've had, like, because my family, we didn't have cats because my dad had allergies for them. But like, you know, I had friends and all that and cousins and all that who had cats. And it was always my experience. You pet the cat for a little while and it was super excited, purring, having a good time. And then just like, almost like at a light switch, it's like, nope, I'm done with you, human. Get out of here. One of my sister cats loves belly rubs. She'll roll over and lay for hours, not stop. Yeah. Like all the ones I had, like they would love it for a little while, like a couple of minutes, and then it was just like almost like a switch, like switch, that they're just like, nope, I'm done with scritches. Time for you to get away from me. And we have to do 2 passes. I wanted to do this in 1 pass, but it's not quite going to be wide enough. All right. They say it's static buildup as to why they all of a sudden will snap. Like if that's like an actual thing that like build up static, so you just kind of like give them a static shock with their fur or something like that, where you don't feel it and they get it. I would understand that that's a thing. I don't think it's a thing, but it'd be interesting if it was true. We'd have to test. In the winter, where it snows, are cats a lot more ornery about scritches? Because when it snows, it messes with the humidity a lot, which is why when you're someplace and it's cold and snowing and all that, and you go to touch the handrail on like the stairs and you get your little zaps, you're gonna get way more of them, in the winter than any other season. You'll do a 6-month study and get you a spreadsheet. Hey, that's how science happens. It's likely overstimulation. They're done being touched. Yeah, no, that's probably the actual truth. Is you go to a point where it goes from fun to it's kind of just overwhelming them a little bit, like too much of a good thing. And with that, we have seeded the field. What? There we go. I forgot that one had 2 pieces, so it dropped off a second piece. I'm like, huh? What? Okay, so it should need rolling now. I still find it interesting that it doesn't need lime. Normally I'm used to every time I do the fields, it's like, needs lime. That's actually, I bought the thing for doing the lime even. It's fine, I'm sure I'll need lime sooner or later. So now the next move is to roll it. So the only dare we haven't done is the theming it. I don't even know how I could do that really. If we miss out on that one, I'm not super worried. I don't think that was one of the ones that had the better rewards. Like if I can come up with something, then great. I just don't know what we'd even do. All right. In my understanding of rolling it, it's after you've seeded the field, you roll it to push down the soil on the top, and that the intention it makes it harder for seeds. Lime need every 3rd harvest, or if you grow something specific, maybe it was lime before you got it. It could be, because I don't think, other than like today and like the tutorial, I don't think I've ever used a pre-existing field in the game. I've always made my own. Like did the whole thing where we cut down the trees, clear the fields, do all that stuff. Alright, so this will probably be 4 passes. But this does give you an idea of just how much goes into farming. You know, like just there's so many steps to the process just to get the dirt ready for putting down the seeds, and then even after the seeds, there's like 3-4 steps you got to go. It feels like I'm running into that situation where for this tool we're like right between the gears. So I slow down and it ends up having to downshift to get to a better gear for it. And I pick up speed, so then it upshifts and that doesn't have the torque anymore, so it slows down again. It feels like I'm running into that kind of situation. It's going good, Insane Sport. How about yourself? I'm sorry to hear that, Ionek. I hope the migraine settles down. Oh wow, it's already. Oh, I didn't realize you could actually submit the clips on behalf of me. I just saw like the emails like your video has been approved. I was unaware of that. That's cool. I mean, I wonder if I'll have the keys already ready. Because that would be excellent. I doubt it, but... Because it'd be awesome to be able to give out the keys during the stream, because... Normally you have to wait a couple of days for them to, like, look at the clip and make sure it's what is. I mean, maybe with a tour, like, literally any clip of it's probably fine. I can't imagine they want to sit down and, like... I can't imagine the people who verify the video sit down and watch, like, a 10... Well, I mean, actually, like, a 30-minute video. Is this texting and driving? Nope. Hands are clear. Besides, I have cruise control. That autopilot's it, right? Does it matter for farmers? Texting and driving shouldn't matter for farmers if you're on your own property. I mean, not even, like, farmers. Like, a lot of those laws on your own property don't really apply. I don't know. It appears to be that way, Ionek. That was the reason I was like, wait a second, someone could just, like, put in a video on your behalf? Like, that feels like an easily exploitable, abusable thing. Miss living rural? I never lived this rural. I have lived, like, low-density suburbia before. I don't know that I would be happy living this rural. I like having restaurants around that I can choose from and stuff like that. Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, we check now. So yeah, so that field's just ready to roll. It's planted. It's done. You lived... Kenny? Okay. So how much is the field next to it? Like, how much is that field? This one right here. In our budget. Buy it. Done. Alright. Yeah, embarrassing, but Letterkenny was filled where you used to live? Gotcha. I have worked where part of Transformers was recorded way back, when they did part of it out at the Space Center. Alright, so let's see. So we have the field 34. Where's my cultivator? think it's on the other side of the field over there. That's my roller. Where's my cultivator? There it is, over there by the tree. So the catch is, I really don't make any money from these fields until we harvest. Yeah. You realize you still have a drawl when you tried to get my hands free in a car? You're saying, Diod not found? Oh, like you don't notice that you have like an accent or something, and then like you just get kind of outed by stuff. Cool. So yeah, so that's growing. Yeah, no, that's I've known a few people who are like, I don't have an accent. Like, yeah, you do. But then you know, what's that? Like just you end up using something and it just struggles to catch because you have this accent. As well as things that I personally don't think of myself as having an accent, really. I mean, everyone has an accent. Like, it won't be what feels like an accent to you, but everyone has, like, minor nuance and differences in how they speak. But, I definitely remember being a teenager, and in high school, I had a friend who was in what's called ROTC, and invited me to it's like the military ball or whatever. It was... ROTC is like a thing for people who are currently in like high school or whatever, but they're planning to you know, do military stuff, or like at least considering doing military stuff after school. But I went as her date because she didn't have one. And I remember walking up because like it's a very formal thing as far as process, not wear. Like you just dress nice. But there's a whole like procedure you go through where there's like a bunch of important people that you're supposed to be introduced to, and then the person who is the one in ROTC introduces the other one and all that. And I remember being walked up to a guy, and I couldn't tell you what his rank was or anything like that because honestly I usually don't care. But in just the interaction of hi, my name is, and then you know saying my name, he kind of went and goes, "Where are you from?" And I go, here? Like I'm local? He goes, no, before that. And it's like, Ohio? It's like, no, I don't, did he say Ohio? But basically it's like, you're from up north, right? And it's like, you know, I'm from just outside Detroit. He goes, oh yeah. Yeah, I caught, you know, like, you have an accent. And I sat there like just immediately looking at her, like, do I have an accent? It's like, have I just not known I've had this accent this whole time? And everyone I talked to, because like I was paranoid for like the next some period of time after that, just being like, do I have an accent? Like what do I say that's different or weird? And everyone's like, I don't know what they're talking about. You always thought this was an old FPS? Oh no, yeah, no, ROTC. I don't remember what the acronym stands for. I know people have told me before. I wasn't in it, but it's just a thing for like people who. They're potentially interested in getting into the military. It kind of, you know, like they have a bunch of different exercises they do, but it's just kind of like prep for military life kind of thing if they want to do that. It's like it's not like strict stuff or anything like that, but just getting in the idea of having like a very rigid schedule. Their activities are usually around doing like. Have you ever seen where there's like the honor guard at like different military things, where like take the little gun and they'll spin it around and do all that stuff? It's stuff like that. You recorded words in practice for a few months to get rid of your southern drawl when you were 13, 14-ish. I've never consciously tried to change the way I speak. I mean, other than being a little bit more careful about enunciating and stuff like that for public speaking stuff, but like changing my speech patterns I haven't tried to do much. Like, don't get me wrong, I've had times where I've, had words that I've used regularly that I'm like, yeah, I'm choosing to not use that word anymore, choosing to at least reduce the use of that. Like, being, like, really bad about swearing, like, all the time. Going, I'm making the conscious decision to reduce the amount of swearing I do. Because I've worked in education, I've worked a lot in public speaking, and it is a thing that if you very aggressively swear, it actually can hinder your effectiveness in the speeching because people don't take you as seriously and all that. They think you're just someone who's like kind of uppity troublemaker kind of thing, and a bunch of other stuff. So it's in your best interest to mitigate swearing. That's not eliminate it. Swearing is a tool. If you overuse it, it becomes dull and not as effective. But, like, if someone pops into chat and I just ran, it was like, we're not effing doing that here. Like, if I were to just drop, like, the actual F-bomb, everyone would immediately be like, what's going on? Because I don't swear that often. So, like, it would, everyone's, like, hair would stand up and I'd be like, what, wait, what? Yeah, heck. Gunnar says, I give up. I sound the Canadian country and just have to deal with my boots and giver. I had a group of people I played Warframe with way back that of the main people I regularly played with, like there's like 6 of them. I think 4 of them were Canadian. And it was interesting to me because they're mostly from different parts of Canada. So it was interesting hearing just how different the accents were and like speech patterns were for them, and the fact that it would absolutely brutally make fun of each other for it. So like there was the one who'd follow almost everything with A, and the others would absolutely not let them live it down. I mean, they had an automated system, that would be amazing. I don't even know how they would tackle that though. Yeah, I appreciate you looking, Eonek. It's just, I got a thing that's like your clip of... Maybe, because I just saw like the title, I didn't actually look at it because, I'm kind of streaming, that'd be a little bit distracting. It could actually be that literally just a clip from months and months and months ago just got approved or something from a past one. I don't know. I'd be surprised, because the last Dare drop I did was Story of Seasons, which was a lot of fun. And I didn't really care about, like... Most of the prizes in that one were like, I kind of was like, hey, does anyone want the background? Got no one to bite. I was like, all right, well, I'm not going to worry about it then. Like, I submitted the clip so, they knew, like, I did it. But, like, if no one wanted the background, which no one did, there's no point in me, like, following up and going, hey, here's the background. I'm trying to listen for when Tomb gets home. That way I can have like a clean, like we're going to break the stream at that time. For those who haven't been here before, I stream for 11 hours, and so usually what'll end up happening is about halfway through the stream, I'll go and take about a 5-ish minute break. And then after that 5-ish minute break, what I'll typically do is we will have a poll on switching games. Which I'll probably do. I do know Coral Island will be on that list, because that is my current hyper-focus, like, hyper-obsession, hyper-focus, whatever you want to call it. Zane's saying, I grew up in a country, in the country of Arkansas. Oh, country of Arkansas. Most of my family dropped out of school in the 7th grade. Sounded like the typical, trailer park accent they have on TV. Yeah. I, not within my family so much, like my immediate family or, extended family that much, but the town I grew up, not Detroit, but when I moved down here, it was a fairly low density area, but, it was, so there was a mix of people there, and it wasn't like any, like, demographic kind of thing. That it felt like there was one group of people, because there was it was over by the space center, so we had a large number of people who were like kids of literal rocket scientists and engineers and all that. Not that everyone there was in that, But it felt like there was a lot of people who either A, they were like super into their sciences or like had major ambitions and wanted to do big things with their lives, you know, live up to the stuff that their parents got to do, or aunts or uncles, because you know everyone working at a space center, there's a prestige there. And then there was a whole bunch of them that felt like they were just riding on their parents' coattails, and you could kind of tell they're going to never do anything with their lives. And I remember going to, I think it was my 10-year high school reunion. And there was one or two upsets of like someone I expected to not do much, and then they, you know, they kind of shaped up later on in life. But then there was also a very large amount of validation about, you know, people who I didn't really like when I was younger and kind of never did anything with their lives. Like, you know, it's not, I don't want to make it, like, you need people who work a bunch of the jobs, like, gas station, all that, but these were people who just never had motivation to do anything. It wasn't so much that, like, you know, tough economy kind of thing. Like, there's that, which is a very valid problem. So much as, like, they just didn't want anything. It's also fun listening to them try and talk up the rules. Yeah, so there's so many accents. There's Acadian, New Brunswick, Quebecois, Quebecois, Ontario Urban, Ontario Rural, Ontario Northern, Midwestern, Albertan, BC Interior, Vancouver area. Yeah, and I know one of them. I remember one of them was on the East Coast, like just like right around the U.S.-Canadian border, like just in the north side. One of them was over there. I know one of them was way over on the West Coast by Alaska. I don't really know where the other two. I want to say they were along the Great Lakes towards the middle somewhere. I couldn't tell you where. It's been too long. That's been maybe 8 years ago. But it was interesting because it's really easy when you're not from an area to get your picture of what they talk like, how they behave. And then you get there and you realize there's actually a lot more nuance to it. You know, and I feel like everyone does that to some degree. I know a lot of people outside the U.S. will, like, you ask them to go, like, what do you, like, what does, you know, a U.S. person sound like to you? And they'll do, like, the whole thing where they do, like, the cowboy thing or whatever, where they'll go for, like, the really over-the-top, like, Texas accent or southern drawl. But you never really hear a lot of, like, just general Midwestern people. You'll sometimes hear them do, like, the California accent, but you won't hear, like, the Southern Belle kind of accent hardly at all. Yeah. It's the cosplay dare that got marked as completed. And it's the correct clip on stream. The name of the clips... Oh, you named the clips out of dare names? I wonder if it had something to do with it. That'd be pretty cool. That would be amazing if I didn't have to put any extra effort into it. I'm sure after stream I'll still have to go through, like, a handful of them and apply them. We'll figure all that out. I am curious about the tour one because the tour took at least 10-15 minutes, if not longer. Like how they're gonna tackle that, because they said they wanted it to be recorded. It's a VOD. This is being posted on YouTube. It's recorded by default. I'm not gonna take the time to edit down a video for it. Like, if they were paying me, sure. Then that's a different story. But that's a non-insignificant amount of effort. What was it recently? I'm trying to listen for Tomb. She should be home, like, she's either already home or should be home soon. Because I've been cooking hot Italian sausage in the crock pot, like, all day. And it smells good, and I'm hungry, and I want it. I think she is home. I'm going to take the chance that she is home. And what's going to end up happening here, chat, and also so I can remember where I left off, because we just did this, I still need to plow the field. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attach the plow. That way, later me when I come back and go, what do I need to do? I mean, I could also pull up the map and see it, but just in case I don't, the next time we play, I can go, what do I need to do? Oh, I am sitting with a tractor with a plow, pulled up, facing the field that I've clearly not plowed yet. This is how we manage ADHD, by the way. At least this is how I manage it. Because now I know for a fact, the next time I play, I'm going to give myself every possible thing to go, I'm looking at a field, I have a plow, and if I pull up the map, it's marked needs plowing. I've got 3 different ways I can determine that I need to plow. So as much of a reminder as humanly possible. So what's going to end up happening here, chat, is I am first going to go on to the YouTube side. For everyone who's checking this out on YouTube, thank you so much. I will be back, but unfortunately when I go to switch categories of games on YouTube, I do have to end stream and start stream there. So I'm going to end the stream now, so don't forget to like and subscribe on that end. But on the Twitch end, what's going to end up happening